begin in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. Joining us tonight as we watch the crowd gathering, John Herbers, who wrote for the New York Times from 1963 through 1987, and the author of the 5-page retrospective on President Nixon that the New York Times ran last Sunday. Howard Phillips, who is the chairman of the Conservative Caucus, worked in the Nixon administration. These two gentlemen are at our table to look back on the life and times of Richard Nixon. We're taking your telephone calls from around the country, also looking at video, both live and of some of the early events of the day. Let's take a telephone call. Palm Springs, California.
Good afternoon. First of all, my name is Mark Smith, and I'm with the Old Guard Alumni Association, which is a veterans group that represents former members of the Army's Presidential Honor Guard who are members of this ceremony that you're seeing today. And on behalf of the members of our organization, I would like to express our most heartfelt prayers to the Nixon daughters and to their families. And I would like to say that I personally served during President Nixon's final few months in office, and many of our other members have served with President Nixon during his tenure as vice president as well. I was really taken with the photographs taken earlier of the soldiers standing guard. Many of our members had served on the Kennedy casket team and stood guard at the Rotunda in D.C. I would just like to say that it is an honor for those men as well as ourselves to have served such a president and those presidents that went before him and followed him. And to those people who felt that President Nixon was not that great of a president, they should just sit back and look and see that we still are a free country, and it is in part because Richard Nixon was president that we still have that right and that ability.
Thank you. Pat Buchanan on your screen in the center there with the purple button. Mr. Phillips, what role did Pat Buchanan have during the Nixon administration?
Well, Pat was a confidant of the president in terms of his relationship with conservatives. And Pat did have an impact on what the president did. Pat joined the Nixon team during the 60s when Nixon was mounting his comeback, which led to the 1968 nomination. Pat had been an editorial writer with the St. Louis Globe-Democrat, and he became a speechwriter, but more than a speechwriter, under President Nixon. I recall vividly one day in December of 1971 when Pat gave me a call and said, we're having a big argument over here at the White House about this Cranston-Mondale Child Development Legal Services Corporation Act. Why don't you come on over here? And we sat opposite each other at typewriters and banged out a proposed veto message. And we were very pleased that President Nixon chose to take that message and issue it. Another person who was on the screen a moment ago was Dan Lundgren, the Attorney General of California, former congressman, someone who's regarded as a possible future governor of California. And among the foreign visitors, I saw the former British Prime Minister Edwin Heath.
Take another telephone call for our two guests, Jackson, Mississippi.
Hi, I'm Brian O'Hara. I was only 9 years old when President Nixon took office, but the impact that he made on my generation, I think, was very substantial. He opened, through the press, through the media, a generation that hadn't really known much about politics, hadn't known much about people in general. And I think that he has, in his tenure as president, made a very big impact on me. I felt that President Nixon was a very hard-working president.
Sir, can I interrupt you for a second? There is Spiro Agnew on screen right now, former vice president in the Nixon administration, who we were talking about earlier.
He looks pretty much the same, except he's a little grayer.
That's pretty good.
Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, caller.
Oh, that's all right. I just wanted to say, like many of your guests have, or many of the people that have called, that my prayers go out to the Nixon family, and that, you know, we often hear that he affected my generation negatively, when in fact I think he opened my generation's eyes to exactly what politics involved and what they meant, what politics meant to our country.
Thank you very much. On your screen, Chuck Colson, the gentleman we were just talking about a few minutes ago. We are sitting with Howard Phillips and John Herbers, taking your calls and watching the crowds gather at the Nixon Library. About an hour and 15 minutes to go until the official start of the ceremony. The Reverend Billy Graham will be officiating this evening, and eulogies will be delivered by the President, by Senator Dole, by Henry Kissinger, and by California Governor Pete Wilson. Next telephone call is from Oklahoma City.
Yes, this is Joe Bailey from Oklahoma City, and first of all, my prayers and sympathy with the Nixon family. But I want to voice my opinion, as many others have, of how pitiful, terrible, inappropriate the fellow was you had on last night. There was supposed to be some kind of an editor called Jewel somebody. I bet he didn't have a son over in Vietnam when Nixon ended the war. Thank you. Thanks for the call. Our guest last night was Jules Whitcover, who has engendered a lot of debate amongst our audience since his appearance last night.
You know, there were, I'm sure all these people who are speaking up in behalf of the President Nixon are sincere, but there's much more to it than that. When I was covering the White House in the middle of all that, all I was doing was writing the news. I wasn't writing editorials or anything. I just got these great number of letters of people just coming out very strong for just leave the man alone, leave the man alone. Without people really knowing what the circumstances were at the time. I think it's not only that a lot of people appreciate Nixon for his own right, but the office. It's the office of president. We have centered so much attention on the office of president. The office of president is held in such high esteem that a lot of people just don't like for anybody to criticize who's ever in there. You get some of that now with Clinton.
I think most people, though, correctly observed that the treatment Nixon was accorded was far more vicious and unfair, in my view, than that accorded any of his predecessors or any of his successors. The charges...
Well, that's the revisionist.
I think it's the truth. I think the charges against Mr. Nixon and the circumstances of Watergate were very insignificant compared to the issues which today surround the Clinton presidency and regarding which the press has, in my view, been very negligent in its responsibilities.
Let's go back to a telephone call. And I'm told, first of all, we have a scene with our camera of the security at tonight's event, as you can imagine, with both the president and all former living presidents there, and the many other dignitaries. Security around the library is also quite tight. That's the security process people have to go through before they are admitted to the library grounds. Let's take another telephone call. Orlando, Florida.
Hi, my name is Kathy, and I was just wondering, knowing how much the president liked baseball, especially, as part of your coverage, have you had any access to the list of who's been invited, or if there have been any floral tributes from any sports figures?
I can't answer that question for you.
Well, let me just say on the sports side, one of Nixon's best friends was the late George Allen, who back in those days was the coach of the Washington Redskins. And his son is currently the governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And in recent days, his son has commented on the very high regard in which his father held President Nixon.
Let's take a shot, if we can, outside the library. And you can see the lineup of a number of people in the media there. Again, inside the Library for the Services, it's what's called pool coverage, and that means that we are taking a feed provided by pooled resources of the television news media. But you can have a correspondent and cameras outside watching people come in, and that's what you were just seeing on screen. We can take another telephone call. Galveston, Texas.
Yes, hi.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Fine, thanks. You have a comment for us?
Yes, I do. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me cut my TV down. I'd like to say this so much. President Nixon was a darn good man to our country. And I grew up. Well, that's back in 1974. I was 14 years old. I was still young. And I would like to give my condolences to the Nixon family. I just want them to keep their face up. Look the other way. Don't turn. Don't look back. Just look at the good things they have done. that their father has done for them in this country. Right now, I'm shooken up. I can't hardly talk straight right now. But I will, let's say, I'd like to say a prayer for them.
Thanks very much for your call from Galveston. John Herbers, that caller mentions faith. In your piece that we talked about earlier, you do talk about President Nixon's Quaker faith. How much did it shape him?
His mother was particularly very strong in the Quaker, and that was his background. I frankly can't tell from later on that it shaped it a lot, except that it did. I think he had a lot of respect for the tradition of religion and that kind of thing. But I can't tell that his behavior, his actions, were too much like Quakers I know are supposed to act. I just didn't think it came out of any, much of his activity was so political. I didn't think it came out of any strong religious faith. I don't say he didn't have any, but I say his whole political action.
You may recall that, Susan, that Nixon began the practice of having interdenominational services at the White House during his presidency. I don't think that's been done before or since. Billy Graham was one of those who preached there.
That was severely criticized by ministers who felt that Richard Nixon was bringing the church to the White House, where he should be going to the church as every other president has done. They were very severely critical of him, of all types of faith. Did not like that. Well, not all. They wouldn't have turned out for it. But it was not very popular with the clergy.
On your screen right now, former President Gerald Ford arriving, being greeted by Governor Pete Wilson. What do we know of the relationship between these two men?
Between Ford and Wilson?
No, between Ford and President Nixon.
Well, that's a very interesting story. I recall having lunch in the White House mess the day that Nixon was about to choose a vice president, who was about to announce his choice. And Bill Baruti, who at that time was working for Mel Laird, said it's going to be Ford. And I think Laird had a major impact in persuading Nixon that Connally would be too controversial a choice and would engender a battle in Congress, which according to Laird's argument, Nixon could ill afford at that time. My own view is that precisely because Connally was more controversial, he would have been a better backstop to Nixon. He would have been impeachment insurance, and that although it would have been a tough battle in Congress, he probably would have been confirmed. And I think if Connally had been the likely successor, since he had so many firm enemies among liberal Democrats, they might have been less inclined to drive Mr. Nixon from office. But Ford was someone that Nixon had known over the years. Ford was a reliable, faithful Republican loyalist as a member of the House of Representatives, and Nixon regarded him as someone who was a sound, solid guy who would certainly cause him no trouble, would be loyal to him, and I think he made a mistake in not choosing a more confrontational successor to Agnew.
Well, he needed someone in Congress who was highly regarded to protect him against impeachment, and he certainly couldn't have gotten that from Connally.
Well, it didn't work.
No, it didn't work, but I can see where he thought it might.
I think if Agnew had stayed in, Nixon would have served out his term. I think if Connally had been Agnew's successor, there's a good chance Nixon would have served out his term.
Former President Ford himself is now about 80 years old. Is that right?
Who?
Former President Ford, 80?
Somewhere along in there.
Springfield, Oregon is next.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
I'm calling to add my support for C-SPAN's having Jules Whitcover on the telecast yesterday. He may have been tactless for sounding off during a period of national mourning, but as a journalist, Mr. Whitcover is paid to be tactless. And it's his job to sound off if he feels sure of his facts. C-SPAN, despite its funeral coverage, is not the eulogy channel. And I'm afraid that too many of your viewers are furious with Mr. Whitcover because he showed a better grasp of the facts than they did. If anybody out there wants to refresh their memories about the Nixon era, just go to the video store and check out All the President's Men. Having Whitcover on C-SPAN yesterday, I think, was acceptable because all week long we've heard so many of the President's men play down the domestic wrongdoing Nixon fostered in favor of his foreign policy. Well, the credit or blame for foreign policy will be debated until only the academics will care about it. I mean, the Republicans tried to outlaw war in the 1920s, but who remembers the Kellogg-Briand Pact? The ultimate fact about Richard Nixon, I think, the inescapable fact, is that he was the only president to resign in disgrace. Now, it's not only natural, but a civic duty for future generations to ask why he resigned. And the resentment shown by many of your viewers critical of Mr. Witkover, I think, stems from their knowing deep down inside that Richard Nixon and the constitutional crisis known as Watergate are forever inseparable. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. A couple of famous faces there while that caller was talking, including Reverend Schuler, Admiral James Stockdale, and the screen actor Buddy Ebsen.
There's former FBI Director Bill Webster. There's Pat Buchanan again.
1 hour until the services are set to begin at the Nixon Presidential Library. We are told that the services will last a little less than
He's
an
a very
hour.
famous man.
And he is?
He is the gentleman who has been involved in various financial dealings, Adnan Khashoggi.
Portland, Maine is our next caller.
Yes, I'd like to express my condolences for the Nixon family and for our nation on the loss of a great politician. I always looked upon Nixon as a true born politician. And my question is, I was around when all that took place, and to this day, I do not know exactly what the Watergate break-in was all about. And even when I have conversations with people, they don't know what it was all about. Can you tell me in exact detail what it was about and what they were looking for?
Thanks very much. John Herbers, let me turn to you.
Well, it never has been determined precisely what the Watergate breakout was all about. It was done by agents who were working for the president in his presidential campaign to get certain information that they wanted to get. Obviously, but the Watergate thing was not so much the break-in itself, although it was a crime and the men were convicted and sent to and sentenced because of it. The biggest crime of Watergate was in the cover-up, and the president and his highest assistants all participated in that. Many of them went to jail, and that is what the Watergate scandal is all about, not the break-in itself.
My own view is that the Watergate issue shows the power of the media to emphasize some issues to the exclusion of others, and to exert such extraordinary pressure on the careers of people in the law enforcement profession, in the judicial branch, and the legal profession, that they were able to take what was a third-rate burglary at the Watergate Hotel and convert it into a national crisis. The reason it was turned into a crisis was because the American establishment, the media, the Washington Post, the New York Times, the networks, were in fundamental disagreement with the policies they feared Nixon would advance in his second term. He had just carried 49 states in the 1972 election. Many people believed that he might close down the Great Society. In that context, he named me to head the Office of Economic Opportunity, and that was our intention at that time. And I believe that the reason Watergate received such emphasis was that that was the way in which the left, having failed at the ballot box, was able to impose its policies on the scene today. I think it's interesting that the American media, because of its ideological affinity to Bill Clinton, has downplayed some scandals which are far more horrific than any ever attached to Richard Nixon. We're talking about a major cover-up of matters involving the use of taxpayer funds in Arkansas, savings and loan money, to advance the Clinton political career. We're talking about some extraordinary scandals where innocent young women like Paula Corbin Jones have come forward and leveled charges against Clinton, which have been unrebutted, and the press has chosen to very much downplay them.
Howard, that is all absolute nonsense. You can't argue with the facts. And you are giving us all this opinions and one thing after another.
Well, there are
absolute
facts.
Nonsense.
Why hasn't the New York Times
The New York
carried
Times
the Paula Corbin-Jones case?
Has gone overboard in trying to prove this.
And I think...
I didn't know we came up here to argue about things like this.
Well, I'm going to move it back to Mr. Nixon's career if we can. We have about 1 hour to go until the ceremony begins. And I do want to take a minute and go through the schedule for the ceremony, both musical selections and also a number of eulogies. And it begins with the musical selections that include Victory at Sea, Ruffles and Flourishes, Hail to the Chief and America, then an introduction by the Reverend Billy Graham, eulogy by former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, a eulogy by Senator Bob Dole, the Republican leader in the United States Senate, a medley of American songs, then 2 more eulogies, the first delivered by Governor Pete Wilson and then by President Bill Clinton. Next is, after the musical selection, will be the sermon by Reverend Billy Graham, and then finally the program will end with America the Beautiful, Ruffles and Flourishes, the Star-Spangled Banner. The burial service will take place following that, and camera coverage has been approved, so we will be able to follow this event full to the end. We are going to watch the scene for just a couple of minutes at Yorba Linda. You're looking at the scenes from the Nixon Library in Yorba Linda, California. Private funeral services tonight for former President Richard Nixon, 1,800 invited guests, and about 50 minutes away from the designated start time of those services. We are talking with two special guests here at our table, John Herbers, who covered Mr. Nixon over the years in his years as a reporter for the New York Times, and Howard Phillips, who was a Nixon staff member during the White House years and now chairman of the Conservative Caucus. On your screen right now, the arrival of President Reagan. We will watch just again. We have time for more of your telephone calls. Before we take a call, I want to show the audience some of the faxes that have been coming in, along with some of the letters we've been receiving. We've also been hearing from some artists in our viewing audience. As you can see, this fax right here, and beneath it, another drawing saying, "Dick Nixon, rest in peace." And from faxes, we go to your telephone calls. Next is Lebanon, Tennessee. Good evening.
Good evening. I would like to offer my condolences to the family, and I would also like to say that everyone deserves one day that they are not talked about. And I feel like all the stuff that everyone has to say that about Mr. Nixon and the bad things, he'll be around tomorrow. Let him be buried today in peace.
Thank you very much for offering your opinion. On your screen is Bob Hope.
Who is the woman?
His wife, Dolores.
Dolores Hope. And we are taking telephone calls again. Great Falls, Montana.
Yes, I would just like to send out my sympathy to the Kennedy or Nixon family, and I would like to say I've served 30 years in the military, and I served from Kennedy all the way through the presidents of President Bush, and I believe Nixon was probably one of the best that I served under. And I also served in Vietnam during his time in office. And I worked on his airplane when it was Andrews Air Force Base. And I just want to say that I think he is one of our best presidents.
Thanks very much for calling in. Next is Laurel, Maryland. Good evening, caller.
Hi. I want to express my condolences to the Nixon family, and also I wanted to say that I don't think that people should dwell on Watergate, because that was one incident. They should dwell on or look back on the good things that Nixon did, like the EPA and OSHA and helping communism come to an end.
John Danforth.
Thanks very much. On screen right now, a number of members of the congressional delegation. There's Alan Simpson, and we saw a number of other senators, including Kit Bond, in the earlier scene. We are watching the crowd scene, taking your telephone calls and your faxes, and talking a little bit about Richard Nixon's legacy. John Herbers, you write in your obituary that others were perplexed by his career, but you told a story that you thought put all of his actions in context, and it was a story told by a former Nixon named Kenneth Clawson.
Right.
Tom Thurman.
Right.
Can you tell us that piece?
Tom Thurman. Ken Clawson was a very dedicated defender. He was working for the White House press office at the time, and he would have sessions in the afternoon in which he would try to convince the press that the Watergate situation was overblown and all that kind of. He was very much dedicated to Nixon. I think he was attracted to Nixon because he had come out of West Virginia and had some of the same struggles as a youth that
Mrs.
Nixon
Barbara
did.
Bush.
Pause for just a second as we watch the Bushes arrive. On the screen, Mrs. Bush on screen, and there's the former president. Watching former President and Mrs. Bush arrive at the Nixon funeral, and we're talking with John Herbers, who is telling us one of the stories he reported in his obituary in the New York Times. Mr. Herbers?
Kenneth Clawson was worked at Nixon, was a defender of his, and he was a journalist, and he went to see Nixon after he had left office, and he had a heart attack. After he, I don't know, not a heart attack, but after while he had phlebitis, and Clawson then described a conversation he had with the former president, and it was very touching because he said that he was talked about how he got his start, why he was such a fighter, that when he was a child and so forth. He said you're black, you're Jewish, or you're poor, or something else, and the whole world becomes your enemies, and it seemed to kind of carry forward the feeling that Nixon had, that he had to spend the rest of his life fighting his enemies, and that was the origin of that, and that's why I think that conversation was so telling. He wrote an article about it later.
Who is Gordon Liddy?
Gordon Liddy was probably the most loyal of the
right there.
Nixonites.
Gentleman with mustache.
He's currently a nationally syndicated radio talk show host. He was one of those directly involved in the incident who chose to remain silent. Vice President Quayle.
As we're watching, we'll go back to another telephone call. Flower Mountain, Texas.
Mayon, Texas?
You're on the air.
Oh, well, hello, good evening. First of all, thank you for taking my call. I would also like to pass on my condolences to the Nixon family, and I would like to say that I got to work for Mr. Nixon when he first was running for president in 1968, and he was absolutely one of the most gracious, warm human beings I've ever had the chance to meet. And I would also like to say that I've been to almost every one of the presidential libraries, and his library is the prettiest one of them all, as far as the grounds and just the way that the whole library is set up. And I just wanted to pass on my condolences.
Thanks very much. John Herbers or Howard Phillips, have either of you ever been to the Nixon Library?
I have not. I did watch the Pat Nixon funeral ceremony, much of it on C-SPAN, and I'd certainly like to visit it. There's former President Nixon's brother, Ed. One of the interesting things about the Nixon family is the degree of privacy which was maintained by so many of its members during the years. One of the members became less private to the former president's disadvantage, Don Nixon, at various points in his career because of some of his business arrangements, but the other members of his family never achieved much notoriety.
As we watch, we'll take another call. Los Angeles.
Yes, my name is Larry Chang, calling from Los Angeles. The death of President Nixon is a great loss to everyone involved. And my personal heartfelt condolences to the family and the many loved ones of President Nixon. Would you pass it out? And one other thing, I would like to help the governor, Pete Wilson. His wife, in this occasion, dressed too shiny. It's not to put up a fully respecting to President Nixon.
All right, thank you, sir, for the call. Appreciate it from Los Angeles.
We just saw Congressman Chris Cox, who's Vice President Agnew.
Take another telephone call from Washington, D.C.
Hello.
You're on the air.
Thank you very much. My name is Marva Hall, and my mother and I, Mrs. Lily Clark, would like to express our condolences to President Nixon. I grew up in the 60s, and in retrospect now, I certainly have come to appreciate the valor and tenacity that President Nixon carried forth on his presidency. We could use it today.
Thanks very much. John Herbers, tenacity is a word you used in your piece.
Yes, absolutely. He was one of the most tenacious people I have ever known. And the reason that he was always able to, he was supposed to have been ruined on several occasions, he would always find a way to get back.
The piece that I am referring to, if you've joined us late, on Sunday, the New York Times ran a 5-page obituary of Richard Nixon, written by John Herbers, our guest this evening. And those 5 pages included a great deal of text written over the course of 3 months, is that right?
That's right.
By John Herbers, and then also a number of pictures spanning President Nixon's career.
We just saw General Vernon Walters, who most recently served as U.S. Ambassador to Germany. Mr. Walters was Deputy Director of the CIA and was someone who was a key advisor to President Nixon on foreign policy issues and who carried out many missions for President Nixon.
Anyone watching tonight that was actually watching yesterday will notice that the weather is much better in California. The mourners who stood in line for several hours last night had to often endure quite heavy periods of rain. Looks like today it's cleared up quite a bit out there.
I've never been to the Nixon Library, but it's interesting to note, I was out there just before they started construction on it. When he was growing up, Nixon was growing up, this was a very rural area, and it was very pastoral scenes. Now, it's very much a part of the suburban Los Angeles sprawl. And while the area itself has been preserved and looks well, all around it is really suburban growth. It's kind of gotten out of control.
And when Richard Nixon was a youth, what was it like?
It was just countryside. I mean, their house was almost isolated from it was just a very small settlement there, and it's just changed so much over the years.
Excuse me. Next telephone call is from Los Angeles.
Yes, this is David Lahadney from Tustin, California, and I'm very sad to hear about President Nixon, and I'd like to offer my deepest sympathy to him and his family, and also the Eisenhower family. Every time I see a dressed Marine and dressed blues, it makes me feel proud that I was a Marine for 6 years. And also, I'd like to say that President Nixon was the one that helped bring back the POWs from Vietnam. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. Next, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Yes, I'd like to first of all thank CSPAN for allowing me the opportunity to speak and for your coverage the past 2 days. I don't believe we've yet realized the effect that Richard Nixon had on this country, and I think in days to come we will continue to see the things that he did for us. And to the reporter that was there last night and the gentlemen who are on today, I'd like to say I think it's very inappropriate for us to talk negatively about anyone in lieu of their death, and I don't believe at their funerals they would enjoy someone bringing any negative comments into their life, because none of us are perfect.
Thanks for the call. And on your screen, G. Gordon Liddy, who we talked about earlier. Let's listen in for just a second again. 40 minutes left to go until the funeral services begin for Richard Nixon at the Presidential Library in Yorba Linda. We're watching the scene and listening to your comments and the comments of our two guests here, John Herbers and Howard Phillips. Next is Rockville, Maryland.
Good afternoon. I'd like to ask you a couple questions. When I was in the Army at Fort Bragg in 1968, an Army major there who was from the Washington area said that the Secret Service was the Washington CIA, and in light of the anti-war demonstrations that carried over from Johnson, do you think the intelligence community could have affected the whole thing between the White House staffs? And another thing is, if you could touch on Nixon's naval career, and also when he resigned, he mentioned a poem or something about a little girl. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Let me start with John Herbers because you did detail all the aspects of his career in the obituary. What about his naval career?
Well, he served in the Navy. He was never in combat, although when he ran for House, he let people believe that he knew what he called the boys in the foxholes. He served, but he served well, and he was supposed to have been a very generous person with the other troops. He was an officer, and he would befriend, do things for the other people in the service. And he was very, but he was also a gambler. He won a lot of money playing poker, and it helped him get started on his career when he came back to the United States.
I think your article pointed out that he was in what was classified as a combat zone, even though he did not have combat responsibilities. He was, I guess, in the supply
well,
area.
sure.
Any thoughts on the first comment made by the caller about the CIA?
Well, I didn't understand what he was saying, that Washington, the Secret Service was the Washington CIA. I don't think there was any direct connection between the Secret Service and the CIA. It was two different branches of intelligence and detective.
Over the course of his public career, Richard Nixon served in the U.S. House, the U.S. Senate, the Office of the Vice Presidency, and the President, of course, and unsuccessfully ran for the post of Governor of California.
He also served briefly in the Office of Price Administration, I believe, during the Second World War.
It's where he learned to hate price controls, which he himself instituted when the politics demanded it.
Or when he thought it did. The good thing is that it taught his successors that price controls and wage controls were a very bad idea.
Orr's Island, Maine is next.
Yes, I'd like to comment about President Nixon. I served on his ground staff when he was flying in and out of El Toro back in the early 70s. He was great to all of us enlisted guys. I also served in Vietnam prior to my service at El Toro, and I'm glad Nixon was the guy that got us out of Vietnam. He was the only one that could do it. I think Mr. Whitcover's comments last night that we shouldn't be paying the homage to President Nixon that we are doing, that he shouldn't be given respect that a former president should be given, was wrong. I think history is going to prove that Richard Nixon, along with Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and Truman were the greatest presidents we've ever had.
Thanks for calling in, sir. Next is Salt Lake City.
How you doing? I'd just like to give my condolences to the Nixon family as well. I'm kind of a youngie. I'm only 22 years old, but learning about President Nixon through some of the courses that I've had in class like that has really opened my eyes to the politics in the world. And I'd like to say that what I've learned, President Nixon was a great man, and I know some of the downfalls he had, how the media did bring the wrong things about him. He still will go down as maybe one of the greatest presidents in history.
Thanks for the call. We're going to watch again. This is the arrival of President Bill Clinton. screen right now Senator Tom Harkin of Iowa. We just saw prior to that the arrival of Senator Chuck Robb and Linda Robb at the Nixon funeral services. We've got our two guests at the table here, and I'm going to ask to turn to each of them for closing comments, and then we'll sit and watch this event. Just about 25 minutes to go until the official ceremonies get underway. Let me start, Howard Phillips, with your thoughts on Richard Nixon's legacy. How would you say he will be remembered?
Well, let me begin by saying that it depends on who does the remembering. I think one of the reasons why so many liberals were so unforgiving was because of their resentment toward the role Nixon played in the Hiss-Chambers matter. Hiss was a man of the establishment. He had all the right credentials, and Nixon proved him to be a liar and took the case of Whittaker Chambers, who was an unlikely hero. He was also resented for his campaign against Jerry Voris in 1946 and his campaign against Helen Gahagan Douglas for the U.S. Senate in '50. Nixon was invulnerable within the Republican Party when he sought renomination against the hesitation of Eisenhower in '56 and when he sought the nomination in '60 because of the sense of loyalty that conservatives had on the basis of his strong anti-communist position. The irony was that he became the president of detente. But I think that all Americans will, over the years, admire him increasingly for his personal qualities of morality, perseverance, and resilience.
John Herbers, we can hear the announcer, but turn to you for your thoughts as well very quickly.
On the legacy,
Yes, sir.
Richard Nixon. Well, I naturally would take a little bit different point of view on that. I think that you have to look at the, what the media did or what anybody else did, but just look at the facts. And the facts of the things was that terrible crimes were committed during that period, and I don't think you can sweep all of that under the rug. I think at the same time you should acknowledge what was done in a positive way and commend the man for that, and I think history will do that probably to a large extent. And I think these two things can be separated out and not try to blame all of these other outside sources on what happened during that period.
Well, I'll say thanks to both of you right now as we can hear announcements are being made in the crowd, and we're just going to sit and listen in for a while. Thanks to both of you for spending an hour and a half with us as we continue our coverage of the funeral of President Richard Nixon.
Sure, that will be glass of water from the
out of respect for the President and the Nixon family, we ask that the guests at the services refrain from all still and video photography. Please rise for the playing of honors and remain standing till the casket is placed on the chancel.
On behalf of the family of Richard Nixon, I welcome you who have gathered to join with them in paying final respects to the memory of Richard Milhous Nixon, the 37th President of the United States. Today, in this service, we remember with gratitude his life, his accomplishments, and we give thanks to God for those things he did to make our world a better place. Through this service, may our dedication to serving others be deepened, and may our eyes be lifted to that which is eternal. Let us hear the word of the Lord. Our help is in the name of the Lord who made heaven and earth. Our God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give unto you, not as the world giveth. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Now, we have a program. You all have one, and we're going to follow that program without any further announcement. You may be seated. Thank you.
During the final week of Richard Nixon's life, I often imagined how he would have reacted to the tide of concern, respect, admiration, and affection evoked by his last great battle. His gruff pose of never paying attention to media comment would have been contradicted by a warm glow and the ever so subtle hint that another recital of the commentary would not be unwelcome. And without quite saying so, he would have conveyed that it would mean a lot to him if Julie and Tricia, David and Ed were told of his friend's pride in this culmination to an astonishing life. When I learned the final news, by then so expected, yet so hard to accept, I felt a profound void. In the words of Shakespeare, he was a man, take him for all in all, I shall not look upon his like again. In the conduct of foreign policy, Richard Nixon was one of the seminal presidents. He came into office when the forces of history were moving America from a position of dominance to one of leadership. Dominance reflects strength. Leadership must be earned. And Richard Nixon earned that leadership role for his country with courage, dedication, and skill. When Richard Nixon took his oath of office, 550,000 Americans were engaged in combat in a place as far away from the United States as it was possible to be. America had no contact with China, the world's most populous nation, no negotiations with the Soviet Union, the other nuclear superpower. Most Muslim countries had broken diplomatic relations with the United States, and Middle East diplomacy was stalemated. All of this in the midst of the most anguishing domestic crisis since the Civil War. When Richard Nixon left office, an agreement to end the war in Vietnam had been concluded, and the main lines of all subsequent policy were established. Permanent dialogue with China, readiness without illusion to ease tensions with the Soviet Union, a peace process in the Middle East, the beginning via the European Security Conference of establishing human rights as an international issue, weakening Soviet hold on Eastern Europe. Richard Nixon's foreign policy goals were long range, and he pursued them without regard to domestic political consequences. When he considered our nation's interests at stake, he dared confrontations despite the imminence of elections, and also in the midst of the worst crisis of his life. And he bore, if with some pain, the disapproval of longtime friends and allies over relaxing tensions with China and the Soviet Union. He drew strength from a conviction he often expressed to me. The price for doing things halfway is no less than for doing it completely. so we might as well do them properly. Thus, Richard Nixon's greatest accomplishment was as much moral as it was political. To lead from strength at a moment of apparent weakness, to husband the nation's resilience, and thus to lay the basis for victory in the Cold War. Shy and withdrawn, Richard Nixon made himself succeed in the most gregarious of professions and steeled himself to conspicuous acts of extraordinary courage. In the face of wrenching domestic controversy, he held fast to his basic theme that the greatest free nation in the world had a duty to lead and no right to abdicate. Richard Nixon would be so proud that President Clinton and all living former presidents of the United States are here, symbolizing that his long and sometimes bitter journey had concluded in reconciliation. I wish that in his final hours, I could have told him about Brian MacDonald, who during the Cambodian crisis had been fasting on a bench in Lafayette Park across from the White House until, as he said, President Nixon redeemed his pledge to withdraw American forces from that anguished country in 2 months, a promise which was in fact kept. Across the chasm of the decades, Brian called me the day Richard Nixon fell ill and left a message. When you talk to President Nixon, tell him that I'm praying for him. So let us now say goodbye to our gallant friend. He stood on pinnacles that dissolved into precipice. He achieved greatly and he suffered deeply. But he never gave up. In his solitude, he envisaged a new international order that would reduce lingering enmities, strengthen historic friendships, and give new hope to mankind. A vision where dreams and possibilities conjoined. Richard Nixon ended a war. He advanced the vision of peace of his Quaker youth. He was devoted to his family. He loved his country, and he considered service his honor. It was a privilege to have been allowed to help him.
I believe the second half of the 20th century will be known as the age of Nixon. Why was he the most durable public figure of our time? Not because he gave the most eloquent speeches, but because he provided the most effective leadership. Not because he won every battle, but because he always embodied the deepest feelings of the people he led. One of his biographers said that Richard Nixon was one of us, and so he was. He was a boy who heard the train whistle in the night and dreamed of all the distant places that lay at the end of the track. How American. He was the grocer's son who got ahead by working harder and longer than everyone else. How American. He was a student who met expenses by doing research at the law library for 35 cents an hour while sharing a rundown farmhouse without water or electricity. How American. He was the husband and father who said that the best memorial to his wife was her children. How American. To tens of millions of his countrymen, Richard Nixon was an American hero. A hero who shared and honored their belief in working hard, worshiping God, loving their families, and saluting the flag. He called them the silent majority. Like them, they valued accomplishment more than ideology. They wanted their government to do the decent thing, but not to bankrupt them in the process. They wanted his protection in a dangerous world, but they also wanted creative statesmanship in achieving a genuine peace with honor. These were the people from whom he had come, and who have come to Yorba Linda these past few days by the tens of thousands, no longer silent in their grief. The American people love a fighter, and in Dick Nixon they found a gallant one. In her marvelous biography of her mother, Julie recalls an occasion where Pat Nixon expressed amazement at her husband's ability to persevere in the face of criticism, to which the president replied, "I just get up every morning to confound my enemies." It was what Richard Nixon did after he got up every morning that not just confounded his enemies, but turned them into admirers. It is true that no one knew the world better than Richard Nixon. And as a result, the man who was born in a house his father built would go on to become this century's greatest architect of peace. But we should also not underestimate President Nixon's domestic achievements. For it was Richard Nixon who ended the draft, strengthened environmental and nutritional programs, and committed the government to a war on cancer. He leapfrogged the conventional wisdom to propose revolutionary solutions to health care and welfare reform, anticipating by a full generation the debates now raging on Capitol Hill. I remember the last time I saw him at a luncheon held in the Capitol honoring the 25th anniversary of his first inaugural. Without a note, President Nixon stood and delivered a compelling speech, capturing the global scene as only he could and sharing his vision of America's future. When it was over, he was surrounded by Democrats and Republicans alike, each wanting just one more word of Nixonian counsel, one more insight into world affairs. Afterward, the president rested in my office before leaving the Capitol, only he got very little rest. For the office was filled with young Hill staffers, members of the Capitol Police, and many, many others, all hoping to shake his hand, get an autograph, or simply convey their special feelings for a man who truly was one of us. Today, our grief is shared by millions of people the world over, but it is also mingled with intense pride in a great patriot who never gave up and who never gave in. To know the secret of Richard Nixon's relationship with the American people, you need only to listen to his own words. You must never be satisfied with success, he told us, and you should never be discouraged by failure. Failure can be sad, but the greatest sadness is not to try and fail, but to fail to try. In the end, what matters is that you have always lived life to the hilt. Strong, brave, unafraid of controversy, unyielding in his convictions, living every day of his life to the hilt, the largest figure of our time, whose influence will be timeless. That was Richard Nixon. How American. May God bless Richard Nixon. and may God bless the United States.
Richard Nixon has a beautiful family, and he was devoted to them. Anyone who ever saw him together knew that his beloved Pat and his girls, Tricia and Julie, were everything to him. He was so proud of them, of his sons-in-law, Edward and David, and of his grandchildren. But he also had a much larger, extended family. A family of those who worked for him and with him. And I was and am very lucky to be a part of that family. I was one of the many young men and women in whom he inspired the same fierce loyalty that he gave to us. From the first, I was struck by the quality of his personal generosity. When we met in 1962, he'd already debated Khrushchev and President Kennedy. He'd already run for president. He'd been a major political figure on the world stage. But still, he had time to talk to and to help an eager young advance man who could offer him little but energy and enthusiasm. Then in the fall of 1965, when I was 32, he honored me by asking me to come to work with him on his potential bid for the presidency in 1968. But he'd heard from Bob Finch and Herb Klein that I was thinking about running for office myself. I told him it was true. And he grinned. He grinned and he said, in that deep, rich voice of his, "Is it a good district? Can you win?" And then he said, "Because if you can, then Pete, you've got to try, or you'll never forgive yourself." I was just another young lawyer trying to find his way in the world, and he was a former vice president preparing a bid for the highest office in the land. And yet, that day, he was as concerned with my future as he was with his own. Time and again, not just with me, but with many others, he was always there, willing to share his insight and his experience. And no American in this century had more of either to share. It's hard to imagine a world without Richard Nixon. For half a century, he played a leading role in shaping the events that have shaped our lives. It's not just that he served for 3 decades in high office. It's not just that he garnered more votes than any candidate in American history. It was because his intellect, his insight, and his indomitable will could not be ignored. He moved on the world stage. He voiced bold ideas, and he left global footprints. But for all his world grasp and mastery of global strategy, it was right here in this small house, in this little town in Orange County, that Richard Nixon learned and never forgot the values that shaped him and helped him shape our world. He learned the value of hard work. He learned that to make important change, you must take risks. And he learned the Quaker virtue, that if you were born with a good mind and good health, you were obliged to help others, to give back to your community. But he had something more, much more. When most people think of Richard Nixon, they think of his towering intellect, the incisive quality of his mind. Well, I will always remember him for another quality. It's the quality the great fighters have. They call it heart. Heart is what let Richard Nixon climb back into the ring time and again when almost anyone else would have thrown in the towel. It was his heart that taught us the great lesson of Richard Nixon's life to never, ever give up. To him, it was no disgrace to fight and be beaten. The only disgrace was to quit, and he never did. Like this Golden State that bred and shaped him, he knew adversity was a challenge to overcome. He loved returning to California, and he shared California's optimism. And as he saw the state he loved facing the harshest economic times since the Great Depression, his message to us was, keep walking, keep working, and keep fighting, and you'll come back better than before. The world will remember Richard Nixon, rightly, as a fighter of iron will. But the greatness of a man can sometimes be best measured by the times and the reasons that he chooses not to fight. After the 1960 election, many urged Richard Nixon to contest one of the closest and most controversial elections in American history. But Richard Nixon said no. He would not go to court. He refused to fight, and he urged others not to on his behalf. He would relinquish the prize that was his life's ambition. Why? For a simple, but these days, remarkable reason. It was because he so loved his country that he refused to risk its being torn apart by the constitutional crisis that might ensue. Forgive my parochial pride, but in this modest home, just a few feet from this stand, was bred a grocer's son and a great American, with deep love for his country, with limitless courage, and above all, with the faith and the brimming spirit and energy that creates only a handful of great leaders from among the tens of millions of their fellow citizens. Dick Nixon's heart, shaped by the grit and mores of this small town, never left California. And now we return it to the soil that bred him. He ended his own eulogy to Everett Dirksen with a favorite quotation from the poet Sophocles: "One must wait until the evening to see how splendid the day has been." In Richard Nixon's evening, his light burned bright with hope and wise prescriptions for America and for the world. Today, as we take him to rest, as we seek to measure the greatness of the man and his legacy, it is clear how truly splendid Richard Nixon's day has been.
President Nixon opened his memoirs with a simple sentence: "I was born in a house my father built." Today we can look back at this little house and still imagine a young boy sitting by the window of the attic he shared with his three brothers, looking out to a world he could then himself only imagine. From those humble roots, as from so many humble beginnings in this country, grew the force of a driving dream. A dream that led to the remarkable journey that ends here today, where it all began. Beside the same tiny home mail-ordered from back east, near this towering oak tree, which back then was a mere seedling. President Nixon's journey across the American landscape mirrored that of his entire nation in this remarkable century. His life was bound up with the striving of our whole people, with our crises and our triumphs. When he became president, he took on challenges here at home on matters from cancer research to environmental protection, putting the power of the federal government where Republicans and Democrats had neglected to put it in the past. In foreign policy, he came to the presidency at a time in our history when Americans were tempted to say we had had enough of the world. Instead, he knew we had to reach out to old friends and old enemies alike. He would not allow America to quit the world. Remarkably, he wrote 9 of his 10 books after he left the presidency, working his way back into the arena he so loved by writing and thinking and engaging us in his dialogue. For the past year, even in the final weeks of his life, he gave me his wise counsel, especially with regard to Russia. One thing in particular left a profound impression on me. Though this man was in his 9th decade, he had an incredibly sharp and vigorous and rigorous mind. As a public man, he always seemed to believe the greatest sin was remaining passive in the face of challenges, and he never stopped living by that creed. He gave of himself with intelligence and energy and devotion to duty, and his entire country owes him a debt of gratitude for that service. Oh yes, he knew great controversy amid defeat as well as victory. He made mistakes, and they, like his accomplishments, are part of his life and record. But the enduring lesson of Richard Nixon is that he never gave up being part of the action and passion of his times. He said many times that unless a person has a goal, a new mountain to climb, his spirit will die. Well, based on our last phone conversation and the letter he wrote me just a month ago, I can say that his spirit was very much alive to the very end. That is a great tribute to him, to his wonderful wife, Pat, to his children and to his grandchildren, whose love he so depended on and whose love he returned in full measure. Today is a day for his family, his friends, and his nation to remember President Nixon's life in totality. To them, let us say, may the day of judging President Nixon on anything less than his entire life and career come to a close. May we heed his call to maintain the will and the wisdom to build on America's greatest gift, its freedom, to lead a world full of difficulty to the just and lasting peace he dreamed of. As it is written in the words of a hymn I heard in my church last Sunday, grant that I may realize that the trifling of life creates differences, but that in the higher things we are all one. In the twilight of his life, President Nixon knew that lesson well. It is, I feel certain, a faith he would want us all to keep. And so, on behalf of all 4 former presidents who are here, President Ford, President Carter, President Reagan, President Bush, and on behalf of a grateful nation, we bid farewell to Richard Milhouse Nixon.
The great king of ancient Israel, David, said on the death of Saul, who had been a bitter enemy, "Know ye not that there is a prince and a great man fallen this day in Israel?" Today, we remember that with the death of Richard Nixon, a great man has fallen. We've heard that the world has lost a great citizen, and America has lost a great statesman. And those of us that knew him have lost a personal friend. You know, few events touch the heart of every American as profoundly as the death of a president. For the president is our leader, and every American feels that he knows him in a very special way because he hears his voice so often, sees him on television, reads about him in the press. And so we all mourn his loss and feel that our world is a bit lonelier without him. But to you who were close to him, this grief is an added pain because you wept when he wept and you laughed when he laughed. And here amidst these familiar surroundings under these California skies, his earthly life has come full circle. It was here that Richard Nixon was born and reared and his life was molded. But the scripture teaches that there's a time to be born, a time to live, and a time to die. Richard Nixon's time to die came last Friday evening. Since 1990, he had had a brilliant young cardiologist as his doctor by the name of Jeffrey Bora. And last Tuesday, the day after the president suffered his stroke, the doctor came by the New York hospital to examine him. He was partially paralyzed and could not speak, but he was still alert. And as the doctor talked, the president reached out and grabbed his arm with an unusual strength. Then as the doctor turned to leave, something made him turn around and look back to the bed where Richard Nixon was lying. And just at that moment, the president waved and gave his trademark thumbs-up signal and smiled. That took determination, which he had, and we've heard about already today. It was an example of fighting on and never giving up that Jeffrey Bora will never forget. President Nixon's great voice, his warm, intelligent eyes, his generous smile are missed as we gather here again, just 10 months after we were here when his beloved Pat went to heaven. A few months ago, he was asked in a television interview, "How would you like to be remembered?" He thought a moment and then he replied, "I'd like to be remembered as one who made a difference." And he did make a difference in our world, as we've heard so eloquently this afternoon. There's an old saying that a tree is best measured when it's laid down. The great events of his life have already been widely recounted by the news media this week, and it's not my purpose to restate what others have already said so eloquently, including those who have spoken so movingly here today. I think most of us have been staggered by the many things that he accomplished during his life. His public service kept him at the center of the events that have shaped our destiny. This week, Time magazine says that by sheer endurance, he rebuilt his standing as the most important figure of the post-war era. During his years of public service, Richard Nixon was on center stage during our generation. He had a great respect for the office of the president. I never heard him one time criticize a living president who was in the office at that time. There's an old Indian saying, "Never criticize a man until you've walked a mile in his shoes." However, there was another side to him that's more personal, more intimate, more human, that we've heard referred to several times today, and that was his family. his neighbors and his friends who are gathered here today. It was a side that many people did not see, for Richard Nixon was a private person in some ways, and then some people thought there was a shyness about him. Others sometimes found him hard to get to know. There were hundreds of little things he did for ordinary people that no one would have ever known about. He always had a compassion for people who were hurting. No one could ever understand Richard Nixon unless they understood the family from which he came, the Quaker church that he attended, Whittier College, where he studied, and the land and the people in this area where you're sitting today. His roots were deep in this part of California. But there's still another side to him that was his strong and growing faith in God. He never wore his religious faith on his sleeves, but was rather reticent to speak about it in public. He could have had more reasons than most for not attending church while he occupied the White House when there were so many demonstrations and threats going on. But he wanted to set an example, and he decided to have services most Sundays in the White House. A small congregation, a clergyman from various denominations. And I remember before one of the first services that President Nixon had at the White House, Ruth and I and two of our friends were in the private quarters with him. I'll never forget the president sitting down on the spur of the moment at an old battered Steinway that they had there, playing the old hymn, "He will hold me fast, for my Savior loves me so. He will hold me fast." John Donne said that there's a democracy about death. It comes equally to us all and makes us all equal when it comes. And I think today every one of us ought to be thinking about our own time to die, because we too are going to die, and we're going to have to face Almighty God with the life that we lived here. There comes a time when we have to realize that life is short, and in the end the only thing that really counts is not how others see us here, but how God sees us and what the record books of heaven have to say. For the believer who has been to the cross, death is no frightful leap into the dark, but is an entrance into a glorious new life. I believe that Richard Nixon right now is with Pat again, because I believe that in heaven we will know each other. The Bible says, "For to me to live is Christ, and to die is gain." There's a gaining about death. For the believer, the brutal fact of death has been conquered by the resurrection and of Jesus Christ. For the person who has turned from sin and has received Christ as Lord and Savior, death is not the end. For the believer, there's hope beyond the grave. There's a future life. Yesterday, as his body was escorted to the plane for its final journey here, the band played, and the familiar strains of a hymn he especially loved, maybe the best hymn that he loved the most, were played. Amazing grace. How sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I've already come. 'Tis grace that brought me safe thus far, for grace will take me home. That hymn was written 200 years ago by an Englishman named John Newton. He was a cruel man, a captain of a slave ship. But one night in a fierce storm, he turned to God and committed his life to Christ. Newton not only became a preacher of the gospel, but he influenced William Wilberforce and others in Parliament to bring an end to the slave trade. John Newton came to know the miracle of God's amazing grace, and it changed his life, and it changed our lives as well. And so we say farewell to Richard Nixon today with hope in our hearts, for our hope is in the eternal promises of Almighty God. Years ago, Winston Churchill planned his own funeral, and he did so with the hope of the resurrection and eternal life, which he firmly believed in. And he instructed after the benediction that a bugler positioned high in the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral would play taps, the universal signal that says the day is over. But then came a very dramatic moment. As Churchill had instructed, another bugler was placed on the other side of the massive dome, and he played the notes of reveille, the universal signal that a new day has dawned, and it is time to arise. That was Churchill's testimony that at the end of history, the last note will not be taps, it'll be reveille. There is hope beyond the grave, because Jesus Christ has opened the door to heaven for us by his death and resurrection. Richard Nixon had that hope, and today that can be our hope as well. And to the children and the grandchildren, I would say to you, you have that hope within your hearts. I had the privilege of knowing them when they were little girls, and I've seen them as they've come to know Christ and to know God in their lives. And we look forward to seeing Dick and Pat someday in the future again. Shall we pray? God of all comfort, in the silence of this hour, we ask thee to sustain this family and these loved ones, and to deliver them from loneliness, despair, and doubt. Fill their desolate hearts with thy peace, and may this be a moment of rededication to thee. Our Father, those of us who have been left behind have the solemn responsibilities of life. Help us to live according to thy will and for thy glory, so that we will be prepared to meet thee. We offer our prayer in the name of him who is the resurrection and the life, Jesus Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
President Nixon and his family will now be escorted to the committal site by the celebrants, presidents, and first ladies. We ask that you remain and listen as Dr. Graham conducts the committal service. Please rise for the playing of the honors and the national anthem.
as a boy here at this place with Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. For as much as it hath pleased Almighty God in his wise providence to take out of this world the soul of our deceased father, grandfather, leader, and friend, we therefore commit his body to the ground. Shall we pray the prayer that our Lord taught us to pray? Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Firing party! Fire 3 volleys!
This Saturday, C-SPAN will re-air the funeral for the 37th President Richard Nixon, beginning at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. You can also see today's events later this morning at around 4:35 a.m. Eastern Time, 1:35 Pacific.
A final plane of taps and a good deal of what he had always wanted, honor and respect. Bill Redeker, ABC News, Yorba Linda, California.
Among the mourners were President Clinton and all 4 living former presidents. And there was a rare appearance by ex-Vice President Spiro Agnew. Nixon's daughters looked on sadly, and his brother Edward coped with his grief as the eulogies were read one by one.
Dominance reflects strength. Leadership must be earned. And Richard Nixon earned that leadership role for his country with courage, dedication, and skill.
He came to the presidency at a time in our history when Americans were tempted to say we had had enough of the world. Instead, he knew we had to reach out to old friends and old enemies alike. He would not allow America to quit the world.
The largest figure of our time, whose influence will be timeless. That was Richard Nixon. How American. May God bless Richard Nixon. And may God bless the United States.
As taps rang out, a family, many colleagues, and an entire nation said goodbye to Richard Nixon. The traditional folding of the flag ceremony marked the end of the emotional farewell. After the funeral, Nixon's daughters held back tears as they were presented with 2 folded flags. Their father, the 37th President of the United States, dead at 81.
Home in Yorba Linda, California. The former president's flag-draped casket was taken to its grave by a military honor guard consisting of representatives from all the services. More than 2,000 invited guests attended the funeral on the grounds of Mr. Nixon's presidential library. President Clinton and the 4 living former presidents attended the service. Mr. Clinton, the Reverend Billy Graham, and Senate Minority Leader Robert Dole were among those offering eulogies.
Oh, yes, he knew great controversy amid defeat as well as victory. He made mistakes, and they, like his accomplishments, are part of his life and record. But the enduring lesson of Richard Nixon is that he never gave up being part of the action and passion of his times. He said many times that unless a person has a goal, a new mountain to climb, his spirit will die.
We look forward to seeing Dick and Pat someday in the future again. Shall we pray?
Strong, brave, unafraid of controversy, unyielding in his convictions, living every day of his life to the hilt, the largest figure of our time, whose influence will be timeless. That was Richard Nixon. How American. May God bless Richard Nixon. And may God bless the United States.
On his headstone, Mr. Nixon's epitaph reads, "The greatest honor history can bestow is the title of peacemaker."
And that you do, or did.
I went back yesterday, in fact, day before, we're putting together what we were going to say, and I read some of the letters I've gotten from President Nixon over the years. And there's a side of Nixon I don't think anybody knows. I mean, when you're having trouble is when you'll hear from Nixon. Or if you do something good. I mean, people like to say, you know, thank you, did a good job, whatever. And he would see something or read something, a little handwritten note, 4 or 5 lines, fantastic, perfect response, maybe flattered you a little too much. But
you never do that.
And he'd like to give advice. You know, that was his, whether it was football, he'd call plays into former coach George Allen, the Redskins, or if it's politics, and he loved politics. I mean, if you had a 5-minute meeting with Nixon, 4.5 minutes would be on politics.
What did you think about that gathering yesterday? Were you surprised? When you looked at it on television, when we looked at it, it was so extraordinary, the number of people that were there, and everybody showed up.
The weather was threatening. They had said there were 35,000 people around the area. People are lined up even an hour and a half, and we went back to the airport, waiting to catch a glimpse of anybody who might have been there. And it was, I think, a very fitting tribute to someone who will go down in history, in my view, as a man who made a difference. He had his flaws, made mistakes. He wasn't perfect. He didn't give the best speeches. But as I said, he provided effective leadership. And he was fairly progressive, Mary, for a Republican president. He had a lot of ideas that some of the conservatives were not crazy about, like the Environmental Protection Agency, 18-year-old voting. But he ended the draft. He started the war on cancer. As I said, he leapfrogged everybody else. We had debates on welfare reform and health care way back in his quarter of a century, 20-some years ago. So
he also designed with Patrick Daniel Moynihan the Family Assistance Program, which...
That's right, and Moynihan was there yesterday and told me today he thought it was just a very, very moving ceremony. Billy Graham is always extraordinary. But Nixon is going to be missed. Some people will miss him because they can't, kick him around. Others are going to miss his wise counsel.
What I think we all missed, or certainly the press missed for the last 20 years, is a part of his spirit that you reminded us of yesterday, which was never accept defeat, never look back, never give up. It was a spirit that he brought to all of his battles, didn't he?
No doubt about it. And I think that was Nixon. I mean, if you look, somebody said, what do you think, what word would you pick out? I said, well, durability, or another one would be discipline. He would come to town to speak to just a little group of senators, and he spoke to Democrats and Republicans about most favored nation status for China, which he strongly supported, about helping Boris Yeltsin, democracy. And he would come to a little hotel here in Washington. He would come in the afternoon before, and he would prepare for 3 or 4 hours before even to talk to a little group of us. I mean, he had that discipline that I often wish I had.
What was he like in private? Was he fun? Was he, could he be fun? I mean, he seemed...
Oh, yes. Yeah, he could be. He liked to, well, it's all politics, but he liked to have you get out on a limb, somewhere about who's going to win, whatever. And of course, he didn't, I don't know what his batting average was, maybe 500, but he liked to smile, and he liked to laugh, and he liked to be challenged. And I think if he's watching tonight, he'll be taking some notes on what we did wrong.
Well, he had a good friend in you, Senator. Yeah. And stay tuned, friends at home. We'll be back taking your calls for Senator Bob Dole at 1-800-800-CNBC. We're going to talk about Bosnia and your new amendment offered last week, so stay tuned and call us.
Strong, brave, unafraid of controversy, unyielding in his convictions, living every day of his life to the hilt, the largest figure of our time, whose influence will be timeless. That was Richard Nixon. How American.
To think in terms of
through that candidacy, he ensured that the question of South Africa and the immorality of apartheid actually became one of the agenda items of all the presidential candidates, Democrats and Republicans alike. In addition, we will forever be grateful to individuals for their individual roles. People like Gay McDougall of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under Law, people like Randall Robinson of Trans-Africa and the Free South African Movement, and all those men and women who got involved in that. We will forever be grateful to the Jennifer Davis of the American Committee on Africa. Support for South Africa often did entail, for some people, sacrifice. This is an aspect that we don't think about often enough. We then praise, in that connection, the leadership of those in the church communities who underscored apartheid's moral transgressions against all religious precepts and decided that they would rather suffer the consequences of withdrawing their funds and not gaining from the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. We praise those in the artistic and cultural communities, people like the late Arthur Ashe, the Harry Belafontes, the Butch Lewises, the Jane Fondas, whose leadership influenced artists and athletes on so many different levels, so that our call became their call for disengagement from South Africa, disengagement from apartheid. This day ought to bring the greatest joy to millions of Americans who marched against consulates and the embassy, who protested, who got arrested, who composed and sang songs against apartheid, who wrote magazines, books against apartheid, exposed the various maneuvers and machinations of the regime, people who struggled against their own college administrators, who built shanties on college campuses to dramatize the plight of many South Africans living in the shacks of apartheid. We thank the millions, tens of thousands of unnamed workers who staffed the telephones, who passed out leaflets, who took time from their jobs to organize the most impressive war against apartheid. Because indeed, the struggle against apartheid in this country was fighting the most difficult war by Americans on their own territory. We want to take this time as well to pay tribute to people who often get left out when we think about roles, players, actors in serious situations. I refer here to both the print and electronic media journalists, those men and women who made it their unique and important business to highlight, whenever possible, however possible, the plight of the people of South Africa. They didn't want to look at their profession in a business-as-usual attitude. So many were willing to put even their professions at risk. Sometimes we know that there are those who also risked their lives on the line to report in South Africa, which was really declared a war zone by apartheid. These men and women brought the people of South Africa into the living rooms of America and ensured that the debate would be all-engulfing in its scope. It is the victory of all of these people we now honor and celebrate with our vote. Today, we honor both those who continue to carry on the fight and those who gave their lives in the process. That includes the forerunners of the present leadership of the liberation forces of South Africa. Indeed, we have to mourn the many who over a long historical period gave birth to this time and yet are not here today with us to enjoy the exhilaration, the ecstasy that is experienced by millions as they participate, as they become midwives to our new nation. We offer this historic moment as a tribute to all the sacrifice of all the heroes of the struggle, to all the martyrs of all ages and all generations, from those within prison walls who continued to struggle, and those who struggled and lost their lives on the dusty roads of Soweto, Langa, Guguletu, and all over South Africa. Like all parents, mothers and fathers, we wanted our children to grow up straight, just as ordinary children playing children's games. But this was no luxury for our children. They had to fight. They had to become martyrs. But we know also that their death became part of the prize. We had to pay for the joy we enjoy today. As we remember all those who died in the course of liberation, we are also gratified, edified in knowing that those who were involved in the struggle died cognizant of the fact that their lives, their deaths would never be in vain. For death and dying had become an accepted part of the revolutionary struggle, as they are accepted parts of any revolutionary tradition, as American history points out, as world history points out. We become more aware that with each birth, blood is demanded. We remember and pay tribute to men and women such as Dulcie September, who was the chief representative of the ANC, who fell at an assassin's bullet as she opened the ANC office in Paris, France. We remember Ruth First, a professor in Mozambique, who opened a parcel which ended her life. It was a parcel bomb from apartheid South Africa. But we also remember and passionately understand how much those who died understood the meaning of their death when we recall the words of one young man, Solomon Mahlangu, a member of Umkhonto weSizwe, the military wing of the ANC, was going to the gallows for participating in the armed struggle. And as he was going to face the hangman and his noose, his final words to us were, "My blood will nourish the tree that will bear the fruits of freedom." It is this fruit we are now beginning to reap and to taste. Allow me to also underscore the particular role of the people of South Africa themselves. Their unprecedented fearlessness, tirelessness in the face of the executioner, in the face of the worst type of repression and oppression visited upon a people on the basis of their skin color since Nazism. Mobilizing their own political will, our people adopted strategies to finally ensure that apartheid this crime against humanity would never be workable. They resolved to make the country ungovernable until, as we all now know, the regime finally caved in and accepted that only a political resolution of the conflict could resolve this age-old problem of oppression, of suppression, of super-exploitation of the people of South Africa. We are very grateful also that at this time, on both sides of the color divide, there was formidable leadership to chart the way forward through turbulent seas for the people of our country. The process of liberation must necessarily mean that whilst millions of oppressed black South Africans experience the breaking of chains, white South Africans as well must experience an unknown sense of liberation. White South Africa has never understood or experienced the fullest meaning of democracy, having been fed consistently on the diet of white supremacy. Today, happily we can say they are also being liberated from the distortion of democracy under apartheid. The new South African leadership now holds the tremendous responsibility to ensure that this process, or the process of healing, which is being introduced by the vote, and the process of reconciliation, and the process of bringing peace to the minds, to the hearts, and to all sectors of our population can take place and take firm root. Africa's richest nation really truly balances on the edge of democracy. And it is our hope that the process will provide this world which supported us with its reward in the monument that will be a symbol of freedom and genuine social justice. South Africa's ability to transcend apartheid, we believe, epitomizes the giant leap in the world struggle for peace, democracy, and social justice. We hope we can live up to the expectations of those who supported us, and that your trust will be vindicated in a truly democratic South Africa. It is the millions you saw on television screens year after year, undeterred by any obstacle in their march towards freedom, whose voice is now being heard at the polling stations. We thank all of the forces, black and white, political and social, who have ensured that this day we can stand side by side other democratic countries. We can stand freely in the world, and we can have the free, enterprising spirit of our people being challenged by the task of rebuilding a new South Africa. We now extend outstretched hands to those democratic nations with whom we have to build a partnership, lasting cooperation. We in South Africa have just started a new page, a new struggle, a struggle to redress the horrendous legacy of apartheid. And it's my fortune, being chief representative of the ANC in the United States, to take this time to invite all America, all of the USA, to invite those who participated in the anti-apartheid movement to transform themselves into an instrument that will help us to deliver democracy, to invite those who opposed us for whatever reasons, but have the resources and the possibilities of helping us to make this political democracy translatable into economic and social democracy. As we begin to reconstruct and rebuild South Africa, we really would like to be assured that the world is with us, because the world has been with us in destroying. Let's build together. Thank you.
We'll take questions from the floor now. Please identify yourself beforehand. Anyone? I've got actually a quick question. Now that the elections seem to be heading in one direction, Nelson Mandela will obviously be the next president of the country. There'll be a lot of shuffling around of various posts, both back in South Africa and also in the Foreign Service abroad. Do you see yourself as the next ambassador of the United States, or where do you see yourself in the future?
I've had the fortune and the honor of my people deciding, even during this period of being absent from South Africa for 30 years, that they would like to see me participate in the new parliament as part of the decision makers within the ANC. And therefore, I think if the ANC wins by a comfortable majority, I might be included in that. But if we don't, I think it goes back to compromises, decisions, and within the ANC, the deployment mechanisms will have to reconsider where I could best serve the interests of the country, if not in Parliament.
Yes.
Gary Nirenberg, WJLA. We were told that there were approximately 5,000 South African citizens who live in the Washington area, but when the polls closed last night at the two locations here in town, only about 1,000 had voted. Why the low turnout here?
Number one, I'm not sure that there are indeed 5,000 South Africans in the Washington area, but I would imagine the figure should be higher than 1,000. The low turnout might be due to the fact that South Africans took American citizenship over the years, and South Africans may not have realized that it was possible for them to get a voter's card and vote in the election. I think that might be one explanation. First, it was understood that those who didn't have the documents that were prescribed, a passport, an ID, or the documents from the homelands or the old reference books, were told that they could use a voter's card. And I think 2 weeks before the elections, they were also told that the Independent Election Commission has decided that the voters' cards would no longer be used. And information came late for many that also had been changed. So it could be a number of reasons. I can't fully explain why.
Do you have any information on what happened in other cities in the country? And all the other cities where South Africans were able to vote. Was that a high turnout, a low turnout? What kind of info do you have?
Oh, I understand it was phenomenal in New York, in Los Angeles, in Chicago. People were hiring buses, going by trains to the nearest polling station. But you see, that might be another factor that if you have 21 polling sites in the United States, This is a huge country. Texas alone, with only Houston and Dallas designated as voting places, can cut off populations in El Paso, and people, the majority of South Africans who are here are not very wealthy, and they're students who may not have been able to pay the fares and the accommodation to travel to other places.
Rich Salmon from Congressional Quarterly. There's been a lot of violence in the most recent days leading up to the election. Do you have any reason to believe that after the election there will be a sense of calm in the country and that the violence will be held at bay for at least a while? Or do you believe that regardless of what the outcome is, there will be yet again flashes of violence in South Africa?
Any amount of violence is very costly and concerns us greatly, because the violence in South Africa has targeted mainly the African population. Of course, that's where the base for ANC support, the majority of the people who support the ANC are. And any loss of lives must be considered reprehensible, and we hope that there will be an end to the violence. But we also have to be realistic enough to recognize that the violence was something that was inherent, endemic to apartheid in South Africa. All kinds of violence. Violence due to social economic status of the majority population, underpay, and the criminal elements that will come out of that kind of an environment. But there is also the violence that comes out of the forces that are opposed to the transformation of South Africa, out of those who stood to benefit from apartheid and would want to see the continuation of the status quo. And I believe that with concerted efforts by the new leadership of South Africa and serious security measures being taken, we should eventually get to a period where there is less and less of that violence.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You mentioned the support that you've had from America in fighting apartheid. You also had an awful lot of support from other African countries in fighting apartheid. There's obviously a lot of power in the United States about changing the way things are in Africa, and a lot of Africans look to the United States and to the UN. To what extent will the ANC government, which is likely to be, prioritize South Africa's new role as a possible motor for development in Africa to try and change the existing conditions in Africa which mitigate against growth?
I spoke mainly of the support from the United States because I'm chief representative of the ANC to the United States. It's not because I'm unaware of massive supports that have been generated over the years, political, material, support of all kinds from practically all continents. Africa remains our home. That's where we are. One of the things that has happened in the process of the liberation of South Africa is that Africa has concentrated so much of her energy and time on the eradication of apartheid, often to the neglect of other equally demanding processes and problems in Africa. It was seen from the 50s, 60s that the priority for Africa would be eradication of apartheid and support for the struggles in Southern Africa. We realize also that states in particular, who really have also been victims of apartheid. South Africa is seen as an engine of change by the frontline states leadership, but it would be incorrect to think that only with the economic resuscitation of South Africa alone would the problems of the of Southern Africa and the problems of Africa be addressed. We need to have policies that embrace those areas that are connected, of course, to the economic development of South Africa, because I'm sure many of you would realize that there is an umbilical cord that links the economies of these countries to the South African economy. And therefore, developmental projects should also look into areas of support and a need in Southern Africa as well as Africa. I think that struggling against apartheid has perhaps given the South Africans a special sensitivity to the question of human rights. Apartheid has been a #1 issue because it's been seen internationally as the grossest manifestation of the violation of people's basic human rights. And we hope that that experience from South Africa, even as we correct our own record, would have its effect in assisting the rest of the continent in addressing problems of human rights. In the interim constitution that was adopted, and I'm sure it's going to reflect in the constitution that will be drawn up by the National Assembly, our legal minds have been very deliberate in enumerating those areas that we would not want to see being transgressed, areas affecting people's rights. So we deliberately say that there should be no discrimination according to race, according to color, according to ethnic origin, according to religion, according to belief, according to sexual orientation. We pulled together, taking pages out of other countries' experiences, those aspects in human experiences that have been trampled upon anywhere and everywhere in the world, to say that we would want to create a society that would at least have laws against the aberrations that we have known from our past and from the experiences of other people. I hope that that might be perhaps one of the contributions, but we also stand to take our lessons from Africa, which has had some experience in governance. We've never governed, and we will be tomorrow looked upon and scrutinized for our ability or inability, and people will soon forget that we really have been out of the ball game, and we are going to be forced to run very fast where others may have had the possibility of crawling.
There's one more thing. The Secretary of Commerce announced the other day the doubling of the aid that the United States has given to South Africa. Now we're told that Vice President Gore will announce even a greater amount of aid during the festivities of inauguration in South Africa. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about what the government of the United States will say at the inauguration, but if that's true, then we are very happy, and I'm sure the anti-apartheid forces in this country will be jubilant, because that's what I hear being said. People are concerned that so much interest is generated by the situation in Eastern European countries, to perhaps, unfortunately, to the neglect of other areas of the world. I know that the Congressional Black Caucus is very keen to put Africa back on the map, and South Africa to be one of the priority areas, because, you see, well, let me say that I happen to have been in South Africa when Secretary of Commerce Ron Brown was there, and with his delegation last year. And one of the gratifying things was that his delegation consisted of some people who had been to Eastern Europe, and so they came to South Africa having the lessons and the picture from Eastern Europe. And at the end of that visit, in the concluding press conference, one after the other, they were saying they find that despite the violence, which really is not engulfing the whole country, is in certain targeted areas, despite that horrendous violence, South Africa still remains a country with vast possibilities because of the infrastructure, because of an educated labor force, educated in terms of the work, the production processes, and with a language that doesn't need translation from Russian to English, because English has been one of the languages, has the legal instruments, the finance institutions that make business transactions much easier than transactions with Eastern Europe. So I hope that it's going to be, your words will really be realized in concrete measures by the U.S. government. But as I said, I think that those in the Congressional Black Caucus and the anti-apartheid movement would welcome any move that shows the American will, political will, to help us to transform. Because as I said, if this process of political democracy does not very soon, in the shortest possible time, begin to manifest itself in the change in the conditions of living of the people, if it doesn't translate into houses where there were shanties, into running water where people have been drawing stagnant and disease-infected waters, if we don't have new schools, including the rural areas, if health still means more white doctors for the white population, and the discrepancies and disparities widen rather than narrow down, then the political liberation will be much questioned, and will not be tenable.
I have a question, actually, a shift focus to personalities. Winnie Mandela, in press reports, has sort of come back almost phoenix-like from, I guess, political purgatory in South Africa. She's aligned herself, I understand, with the political wing, or the military wing of the ANC, and also been quite friendly with the Pan-African Congress. What do we see her rise, her recent rise? What does this actually mean in terms of the new government? Are we going to see her in a very high position there? We might see her posted in the United States. What, in your opinion, where will we see Winnie Mandela in the coming months?
First, I see her as accepted for the majority of the women of South Africa, acceptable president of the ANC Women's League. I also see her continuing the work of being a social worker, because that's where her training is, that she will not need any handbook to make her respond to the needs of the people in the various areas, whatever those needs might be, as she has done in the past. But you also know that she is one of the candidates for the National Assembly. She's very highly placed there. And I think that she will continue to be a very powerful voice, and we need powerful women's voices in South Africa for the country, and we need powerful women's voices in the ANC. And I think that she's going to be playing a greater role, as I hope other women in the country and in the ANC will also do.
It's difficult being over here and seeing that transformation, not being directly close to the situation down here, but seeing her in the press and the media suddenly wearing camouflage clothes and meeting with groups whose slogans that are, I guess the Pan-African Congress was one farmer, one bullet. Doesn't that send some kind of an odd signal to, I guess, funders and other people around the world that might be helping South Africa, that a woman that's going to be very high placed doesn't seem to have the team spirit, in effect, of everybody working together type thing?
I don't know if you're talking about recent events, because I'm not aware of that coming now. There was that time. There has been that sentiment. That has been one of the realities, the anger of the people when the young president of the ANC Youth League, Peter Mokaba, said, "One settler, one bullet." No, he didn't say one settler, one bullet. He said, "Kill the Boers." The one settler, one bullet is a PAC slogan. Right. I've not yet heard any of the leadership picking it up. But when Peter said, "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer," he was making a translation of an old song, an old chant that comes out of the period of military confrontation. I don't know what your experiences are with military training. There are certain things that people will say in the course of getting themselves geared for military war, because people conceived of the struggle against apartheid as a war, and we had the military, and so that was the chant. But my information is that stopped shortly after the funeral of Chris Hani, and that seemed to have been the last time public that I heard the slogan being mentioned. I don't recall, because obviously the organization had to take a position on that, and I haven't heard it being repeated. And military clothing, it's because there are both males and females in the ANC who are members of Umkhonto weSizwe. And it wasn't just Winnie Mandela alone who wears camouflage. Perhaps she becomes prominent because she does bear the Mandela name. But I've seen it, for example, the funeral of the former president, Oliver Tambo, how various battalions made up of men and women in the ANC were in full military camouflage and military attire in public, and all the television stations picked that. So I see it in that context. I wouldn't here in the United States come to your meeting wearing military camouflage.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
I don't mean to sound negative or anything, but Mr. Mandela spent 27 years in prison, and now he comes as the leader of this country. And one thing is to be a leader of a cause as great as the one he took, and another one is to govern, to actually run a government. Is there any concern about that?
The tradition of the ANC in terms of leadership is that although one individual becomes prominent, like Oliver Tambo for something like 30 years, was the man who guided us through these troubled seas. And yet, for strategy, for policy, he counted, and we continue to count, on the collective wisdom of all those who are part of that leadership. And I think it will continue to be so. But there's also an additional advantage now. The mere fact that South Africa has opted for a government of national unity, an interim government of national unity, pulling together those who have been outside, but putting them together with those who have had experience in government. And I'll say something about that experience, that we have perhaps the basis for stability in the continuation of government. There isn't going to be a situation, therefore, where there is such a vacuum in leadership, but we shall depend on the skills and the talents of all of those South Africans who have that experience. But I think that we have also got to say that we have people who have worked around the world in international organizations, institutions, including people who have worked in the United States, who have now returned to South Africa with their skills, with their expertise, with their experience, and are going to infuse that into the process. We are in the process of training people for governance. We can never have enough people trained because we're having this late start. I mean, the oppressed, the representatives of the oppressed majority are having a late start, whilst we are joining hands with people who have had a head start in terms of governance. But we also recognize, though, that government under apartheid and for apartheid and by apartheid exponents may not have been the best government in the world anyway. They may know certain things in bureaucracy that we need to learn, but they too have a lot to learn. If you have to learn about real exercise of democracy, we're similar, we are equal. We've never visited democracy before, and the representatives who come from the previous government haven't really had that. They may have had parliamentary debates and all of that, but they were in defense of something that is indefensible.
Rick Swart, the Burger, Cape Town. Mrs. Mabuza, are you at all concerned about the strong presence of Communist Party members in the executive of the ANC? That's my first question. The second question is, do you foresee at all that this alliance between the ANC and the Communist Party can untie, that the ANC would divorce itself from the Communist Party in the near future?
Is there a problem first of all, with the alliance with the Communist Party. We've had this relationship with the Communist Party because of apartheid. It has come to us as a way of finding the most formidable, the strongest possible way of overthrowing apartheid. And when it was established, this relationship did not assume that a person who believes in communism, who believes in Christianity, who believes in any form of religion, does not at the same time have interest in social justice. We made the presumption that they also want social justice in the country. There are things that make us different. The ANC has been guided over the years by our policy document, which is the Freedom Charter. And when members of the Communist Party came into the ANC, into this alliance, they didn't come in to impose their doctrine, but to conform, to follow the policies as enshrined in the Freedom Charter. We've never had a chance in our lives to practice what we profess in the Freedom Charter. But we are now putting the Freedom Charter down in preference for a constitution for the country. It is the country that will decide the type of society. It will be the collective, again, collective wisdom within the government of national unity that is to determine the kind of society. I think that majority will determine how this whole question is resolved. I don't have, from my past experience, fears about an overriding responsibility by members of the Communist Party, because I give credit to those within the ANC who are not members of the Communist Party for knowing what is best for the country, and they will therefore articulate what is necessary for the country. I don't have an unwarranted fear that those who have a belief in communism can stop the judgment, a judgment that might be different from theirs emerging in the country. I've covered both questions.
No, sorry. The second question was whether you foresee a possibility of the ANC divorcing itself from the communist group inside the leadership. As you know, it's been widely publicized that 27 of the 50 head committee members of the ANC call themselves communists.
Call. I don't know. I don't have the information you have. I might know a few people who are members of the party, but I really don't, I'm not privy to that, because I think some people still don't want to be open about it. But I think the party itself has said that there may come a time, and there will come a time, when the alliance between the ANC, between COSATU and the party itself may no longer be necessary. I don't think it's a matter of ANC divorcing ourselves from the, or vice versa. I think it's a matter of where we are in terms of what was our goal. Our goal together was to bring an end to apartheid. And when that process, as we are now experiencing, is being achieved, I think constantly there's re-evaluation of where we go and how the relationships have to be maintained. I think that it's quite conceivable that in the future the party may decide to contest elections as a party. It's within their right to do that, and it's within our right to do that as well.
We've got time for about one more, otherwise we'll take a closing statement. Anyone? Please, any closing comments?
My closing comments again is to underline the deep gratitude of the ANC to the people of the United States, to the various institutions, academic, all different types of professions, cultural, to many individuals who made it their business, who took upon themselves the call to dismantle apartheid and fought as though this was their own war. And indeed, they constantly correct me when I say that and say it was our war, because we understand that when we break the backbone of the worst kind of racism on earth, when together we've expressed fully our global repudiation of this heinous system, we're not just performing a necessary duty to ourselves as the immediate victims of apartheid, but we are also put in the front line by the world to attend to business that the entire world is concerned with. The world wants democracy in South Africa, and we are given the huge task of delivering that democracy. But as I said before, we cannot do it alone. We still count on everybody whose concern has manifested itself so well, so brilliantly over the years, to now ensure that this baby grows up healthy and is a pride of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. End of the program, folks. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good night.
This newsmaker briefing with African National Congress Representative Lindiwe Mabuza was held Wednesday at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. South Africans completed the second of 3 election days Wednesday in what is that nation's first ever all-race ballot. A bomb exploded at the international airport in Johannesburg shortly after ANC leader Nelson Mandela voted. Hours later, police announced the arrest of 31 people in connection with that explosion and other bombings around South Africa. You can again see this program early tomorrow morning around 6:10 a.m. Eastern Time on our companion network C-SPAN 2. Next, from Johannesburg, South Africa, a recent presentation by the South African television program Top Level. This program is hosted by Felicia Mabuza Suttle. The focus of this edition of Top Level is building democracy in South Africa following the first multiracial elections. Voting in these elections is scheduled to conclude tomorrow. However, the polling hours may be extended into Friday. C-SPAN coverage of the South African television program Top Level begins with an interview with the host of the program, Felicia Mabuza Suttle.
Felicia Mabuza Suttle, as host and executive producer of Top Level, what type of election coverage have you been producing?
Well, I'd say that that's one of the first programs where you got South Africa talking, blacks and whites, about their dreams, aspirations for the new South Africa. So what we've covered mostly are issues that affect women, the youth, whether youth should vote at 16, which is what Mr. Mandela at first suggested, whether they should vote at 18. We had the elderly on. We really started this process before the whole campaigning came on. We've also covered issues based on language. Should South Africa really have 11 languages? Is it practical? Was it a miracle or a debacle for South Africa? And the communist element in the ANC was one of the most interesting that people really wanted to hear more about, and we had 2 programs on that.
Can you describe Top Level and what kind of programming you do?
Top Level, first to me, really, as I've lived in America for the last 20 years, was something that really brought me home to do what I call bring South Africans together. To me, it's a calling, a crusade, a mission I'm on. It's really not a talk show. It's not a job. We sing, we dance, we talk, we discuss, which is very African. In African culture, music really describes our feelings. So we incorporate all of that in Top Level. But most importantly, it is where people really learn to talk about the country, what we've not been able to do for the last 40 years. So now bringing black and white together, young and old, rich and poor, is what we are doing on Top Level.
How do you get your audience? How do you pick them?
A mean and lean budget, few people, about 4 people only really on staff, 2 full-time paid and 2 part-time. We managed to get 150 to 200 people in the audience every other Sunday for our recording. And mere phone calls, mere publicity the show before, the Sunday before the show airs, etc. But it's the enthusiasm, I think, that gets this program so exciting and gets people really interested in the program.
Do you know what your viewership is, and how would you describe your viewers?
Well, the program airs on 2 channels. First is a public broadcast channel called National Network Television. On that channel, it is the #1 show. In terms of numbers, I'll be honest with you, I'm not quite sure. Again, just for the National Network Public Television show. But on the CCV channel, which is a commercial channel, it is a late show. Most of the time, South Africa sleeps at 10 o'clock, but most people say they stay up to watch Top Level at 10:30. So proudly, we say we have 1.5 million at that time, which really ranks very well with some of the prime time viewership on SABC channels.
Do you have a feel of what type of people your viewers are, or who?
We've found that we appeal from the richest to the poorest. I always say that that's one program where if the leaders really want to reach the grassroots, that's where they should be coming on to, because I would go into Katlehong, where you have all the murder that's going on, or into the townships and find even someone that you never would think would turn on and listen to an English program, listening to Top Level, or shaking my hand and saying, what a great job you are doing. It is a program where the rich, I happen to have gone to Henry Oppenheimer's dinner, where obviously South Africa's rich and famous tend to mingle. And even there, I was shocked to see that even old Mr. Oppenheimer said that program comes on too late, but I enjoy it. So it's really a diverse viewership, and we're excited about it. It is a viewership where I've received over 7,000 letters. One letter came from 10 guys from Ventersdorp. They said, we're writing to you from Ventersdorp. We're 10 guys who watch your program daily, weekly, and you know who we are if we're writing from Ventersdorp. Ventersdorp is AWB land, what you'd call KKK land in the States. And if we can appeal to that group, and the letter said, if you are the vision of the new South Africa, we're willing to put our arms down. If I have a white kid in the mall, and in South Africa that is unusual, stop me and say, you're a woman and you are black, but you are my role model. Something is happening. When I have a white woman stop me in the mall again and say to me, I listened to your program on diversity. If nothing else I learned is that you've taught me that if it's not done the way I know it, it's not necessarily wrong. Maybe it will broaden my horizon. A young kid in Soweto saying, thank gosh you've come back home, you are a role model. So something is happening.
When you get letters or hear from your viewers, what things are people most concerned about in this election? What are the main issues?
I think the main issues are the promises are what's concerning me. Are we promising people too much? Are the leaders giving false hope? To a great extent, the perception is after April 27th, 28th, I'll have a home, I'll have a car, everything will be fine. It's not necessarily so. I think that's what we need to make sure that we start bringing into people's mind the truth about what's going to happen after April 27th. But while still on that topic, most of the topics for top level come from the viewers. They're not mine. We look at all these letters and find out what people want to talk about, and that's what we ultimately discuss.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background as a journalist?
Well, I went to America in 1973 to study journalism, and in 74 I was accepted at Marquette University in Milwaukee, and that's where I studied journalism. After that, I decided to continue writing as a freelance journalist to papers like the Milwaukee Journal, the Sentinel, etc. But most of the time sending most of the articles to South Africa, where I worked as a reporter for the banned World newspaper, and then later for the Sunday Times. But most of my background has been in corporate America. And then I worked, my last job was communications director for the Atlanta City Council. That was quite a challenge, having 20 politicians as your bosses.
Having lived in America for that amount of time, can you compare the elections here to the elections in the United States, or politics here to politics in the United States?
Well, the truth is you cannot quite compare them. Americans have been voting for so many years now, but the excitement, obviously, that South Africa has, you can see some similarities or what we are learning from the American election. In fact, I look at the Democratic Party here. I mean, it's literally copying Bill Clinton's style in many ways. But what makes the South African election so unique and exciting is because for the first time, democracy is going to be coming to South Africa. But again, the hopes and aspirations are so high. That's my only concern.
As a last question, what type of programming do you foresee that you'll be doing after the election?
No offense to the politicians, but after April 27th, I will not have a politician on top level. What we will do really, we'll move more to human interest stories and now go back to finding what are the social issues affecting South Africans, the human interest stories. I'm looking at stories like youth, what are their dreams, hopes. I'm looking at stories on, I'm trying to figure some of the other stories right away oh gosh. I cannot quite recall what we're looking at, but it's going to be human interest stories, things that affect South Africans daily, and they want to see things happening in this country. One thing we'll do is celebrate democracy after the elections, and we're going to celebrate democracy with song, dance, and conversation on one of our shows.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yep, yeah. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Yo, Mob, kick it for me one time. What is the world coming to?
Welcome to Top Level, the show that gets South Africa talking, with your host, Felicia Mabuza Suttle.
Thank you. Good evening. In a country so fiercely wrenched apart, is the notion of nation building possible? How do we bring about reconstruction? Tonight's program is about rebuilding of democracy and the rebuilding of our nation.
the time for being bold. When you say to the honor, there's so much good to do. Prepare for a new life, the future awaiting me and you. So won't you reach out to me, 'cause I'm reaching out to you. With our hands held together, there is nothing we can do. Won't you reach out to me, 'cause I'm reaching out to you. Whatever lies before us, only love will see us through. You dawn will bring a new day, of peace to all we pray. We owe it to all our children. There must be a better way. If we forgive as we're forgiven, only then there will be true peace in our big family, true peace for you and me. Dawn's on the skyline. Are you ready for the day? When dreams and all the visions unfold in every way. So you embrace them now before they slip away. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for the dawn of a new day? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for the dawn of a new day?
Yes, we are ready for the dawn of a new South Africa. But how do we build a nation in a country so divided by ethnic, racial, ideological, and class diversity? It would be naive to think that we can move towards reconciliation, reconstruction, and a sense of common national allegiance without first addressing the past.
When I was a little boy, my father said to me, Mfanwam, ubabazabad, my son, know the people. Know the creatures that look like you, for they are human. Listen to those whose years make them wise. Respect your mother and father. Be kind to your brothers and sisters, and open your arms to the stranger at the door.
Yes, it's true though. We need to rebuild that confidence, and we need to rebuild what apartheid has destroyed in us. Unemployment is rife in the country, and people are losing confidence in leadership. This has led to more resentment and more violence. The situation of the farm workers and the majority of people in the rural areas has got to improve, for they've been deprived for far too long. We can't afford a generation of black children without proper education and shelter. Whilst their white counterparts have everything from the past. Rebuilding the nation should start in the classroom. Let's give every child an equal opportunity to education. Let's treat all our workers with dignity and respect, for they are the backbone of our economy, and that is beginning to pick up with change. Violence has to be brought to an end sooner rather than later, for many of our children have been left orphaned through this political intolerance and power play. Let's stop the mayhem and destruction, for we are the ones who will be the losers in the end from our own senseless deeds. Let's all understand that the war is now over. Let's all get together and rebuild this nation for the sake of our children.
The challenges that lie ahead for a new government are enormous. Joining us to discuss this are Dr. Neville Alexandra, Deputy Chairman, Workers' Left Party, Reverend Mutlalipule Chabaku, Methodist Church in Bloemfontein, Dr. Seth Cooper, Executive Director, Family Institute, and Ms. Terry Oakley-Smith, Director, Absolute. We also have a second panel there of young leaders of tomorrow, and I'd like to talk to them first. Robert Cohen, King David High School. What do you want to be when you grow up?
Well, I haven't made a definite decision yet, but I know I want to go into a caring profession. I want to work with people, and in building this new country, I want to feel that I've made a difference, that I've participated.
Do you see the possibility right now to be able to foresee that dream come true?
Definitely. Like when I meet with youth from all over the country, we do get on, and we're all positive. We all want to work together and make it work.
Nadim Khlief,
That's correct.
what do you want to do when you grow up?
I want to become a marine biologist when I grow up. And I fear that militant and radical people in our country will disrupt the economy and then, by doing so, not allow me to foresee my own future.
So that's your fear?
That's my fear.
Moses Mutali, you go to school in Soweto. What do you want to do when you grow up?
Well, initially I would like to start studying very hard for my high school senior certificate. When I get my matric, just want to study for an MBA. I want to get a master's in business administration so I can at least be a better qualified person in the society.
Do you have fears?
Well, I did have some fears formerly, but right now, at the moment, I don't have any fears. The fears were caused by, especially politically, those other political parties which did not register for the election. I was just wondering what they were going to do to the new government in the new South Africa, that maybe our education is going to be influenced by what they are going to do. So I was just worried about education for the South African youth.
Do you think it's different to go to school in Soweto? Going to school in a township as compared to a young person who goes to school in the suburbs, is there any difference?
Well, I personally don't see any difference because what we do in Soweto, I think is exactly what they do in the suburbs. What we are busy doing is that we are studying. The basic objective is to study, is to pass at the end of the year. We are using books and materials just as they do, although maybe some of us may start complaining that ours is more inferior than theirs.
So you don't feel your education in the township is any inferior?
Yes, I think it's just the same because I'm studying just as they did.
Okay, Zaira Baum, you go to school at
Crawford College.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
I most probably want to become a social worker so I can help the people that haven't been privileged enough or are living in difficult circumstances so that we can actually help them.
Do you have any fears about South Africa?
Well, right now, the main thing I'm afraid of is that all the political parties are promising and giving the community and the general majority of the population promises. And if the party that comes into power is not able to deliver these promises, then I'm afraid that the people that are living on these aspirations are going to be disappointed, and that's just going to be the beginning of our problems.
Beginning of more violence. Yolanda van der Poel, Rooiport Woolschool High School. Many would say, you being an Afrikaner child, maybe things are a little different for you. Do you think so?
Well, first of all, I'd rather refer to myself as a South African. And things being different for me, I might think so, because of circumstances I was born under. The apartheid era is going to pass away now, and I am behind it for passing away and changing everything. And yes, maybe I think in schools, maybe education has been, more money has been spent on white education than on black education, for example. Yes, maybe I think some things were different, but it is going to change for the better now, I think.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
Well, like Robin, I haven't decided definitely yet, but I'm thinking of becoming a lawyer, maybe.
Finally, Tombi Mangwani. All right. You know, we speak all these 11 languages, but somehow, because they're different nationalities, sometimes we mispronounce it.
No, don't worry.
Tombi, you have dreams too. What do you want to do when you grow up?
When I grow up, I'd like to be an actress and a wonderful person like my dad, you know, take after his footsteps, because I think he's a great man. Then from there, I could take after him. Then after that, I'll go further than him.
What's your vision?
My vision is to act, true, not only in South Africa, but also to go and study overseas. I'm especially interested in the Shakespearean School of Arts and Drama, because I feel that's one of the greatest schools when it comes to art. But other than that, not only acting, you know, working with other people. I mean, if you think about acting, acting is a wide aspect. It's either you can act, you can teach, or you can be in theater work. It's just a wide aspect. So I want to be in everything, you know. They say where there's a will, there's a way. So why not put your nose in everybody's business?
With that voice, you definitely will be an actress. And for the sake of the audience and of you in public, who is your dad?
Sam Mangwani.
All right, Sam Mangwani's daughter. You've heard the dreams, the vision, the aspirations, the hopes of our youth. Can they be realized, Dr. Alexander?
Oh, yes, I certainly think so. I think we need to be very clear that in a nation, in a new nation particularly, what we are looking for is a common identity. We want to have a national consciousness so that people can be proud about being South Africans or Azanians. I think it's very important that we realize that that is what it is about at one level. The problem is that all the governments of South Africa hitherto have quite deliberately and systematically divided our people. And therefore the task ahead of us, all of us, those who will be in government, those who will be in opposition, those who will be in the schools, all of us are going to have one big job: to find one another. We're going to have to find ways and means of understanding one another, of being tolerant. And I have one important thing I want to say. I've got many other things, but I think there's one important thing. And Felicia, I think, reminds us of this when she repeatedly in her programs makes the point that we need to learn one another's languages. I believe that unless we are able to communicate with one another effortlessly, in any language, in the language of our choice, unless we are able to do that, I do not believe that it is possible to build a nation.
We'll be talking about ethnicity a little further, but according to a recent survey by Integrated Marketing Research, these are the fears and concerns raised by 211 South African business leaders. 38% claim to have been burglarized, 50% concerned about the future of this community, 71% blame undisciplined youth for violence. Overall, many whites blame the ANC for violence and many blacks blame the right wing. Major differences in fears and worries of the ANC versus the AWB, which is the right-wing supporters, are the ANC, housing shortage, detention of leaders, South African schooling, race relations, poor health care. Concerns of the right wing, unfaithful partners, pace of change, pollution, devil worship, leaders' decisions. To the panel, you can hear the differences. With such differences in concerns, will we ever be able to really worry about one thing as a nation? Reverend Tabaku?
First, I want to make clear that I'm happy that I'm a Methodist minister, but I do not represent the Methodist Church here. But I am a committed Christian who works with people of different religions, Baha'is, Muslims, Hindus, and even those who don't have a religion. They are still my brothers and sisters. And further, I also want to share my joy that finally we saw a picture of people of Japanese and Chinese extraction. We've never seen them, we've never heard from them, and I've always yearned to see them because they have been part of South Africa. They've been part of my heritage, and they are part of us. So thank you for that.
That's why we call this the program of the Rainbow Coalition, where black and white, young and old, whatever nationality, join in hands to make a better South Africa.
So thanks for that. Now, the next thing is, I am of great excitement because we are now entering a stage where we need to be honest about who we are. First, there has been selfishness. Others have had more than the others. There has been greed. There is enough in this country for every human need, but there is not enough for every human greed. That's the problem. Second, so in our nation building, one has to look at oneself inside. Say, what kind of a person am I? How am I going to contribute to this country? We need to learn to share. Share the land, share our time, share our talent, share our resources, because not to say we're going to have peace only without dealing with some of the hurts and the pains of the past.
But then you hear in people who are watching, they say, I worked for this and she wants me to share what I have worked for so many years. Dr. Cooper?
At whose cost? That's the important question I think we need to ask, because whatever privilege has been wrought in this society for a few has been at the expense of the greater majority. And I think perhaps we may be at the beginning of a new dawn with the elections that are a few days away. However, I've been struck by the enthusiasm with which our younger panelists here have talked about their aspirations. One thing that I've marked, though, is the underlying stereotypic fear that I think we have been subjected to for a long time. The bogeyman fear, the fear which makes the Avia be a person. The right wing believes that devil worship is one of the serious things facing this country, because they veritably believe that the devil incarnate is going to take over from the 1st of May in this country. It's the type of mentality instilled by bigotry, by narrow political views, which unfortunately have tended to rule all aspects of our lives so far. My abiding wish is that the citizens of this country, urban, rural, rich, poor, worker, business person, whether they're Muslim, Hindu, whether they have a dark skin or a light skin, take back rule in this country, that they have the reins of deciding what should happen in the society, rather than continue to leave it in just the hands of the politicians. One of the jokes I've just recently heard, which seems to be doing the rounds in Johannesburg, is a guy in Joubert Park, a white guy sitting in a park bench saying, being asked, who are you going to vote for? And he says, what, vote? I've been voting for the last few years, and still the politicians win. And that, I think, is one of the major concerns, that we should not allow narrow political interests to again rule all aspects of our lives.
Ms. Oakley-Smith, we are so diverse, different nationalities, different ideologies. Can we ever bring it together?
But Felicia, I think that's one of the most exciting things about being a South African. I think that's where our greatest strength lies. If you just look around this room, if you look around our country, there is so much strength in the differences in the people. And I think the challenge for us now, the greatest challenge facing all of us as South Africans, is to deal with the issue of reconciliation so that we can build on our strengths. You know, one of the greatest tragedies about apartheid was it was so successful. We could never meet each other. Our children couldn't school together. We would never be able to live next door to each other, marry each other. And now we've got to build a nation where we can meet each other, live with each other, talk to each other. And I think the greatest challenge facing all of us, the church, business, politicians, ordinary South Africans especially, is to build reconciliation. And the only way we can do that, Felicia, is by understanding what the past has meant for all of us as South Africans. And I think that's a challenge for us in looking at reconciliation, trying to understand what it's meant to be a South African.
My point is, we must also realize that this greed, this racism, this prejudice didn't start in 1948. It's been there a long time ago, and we cannot just blame the Afrikaner for it. I'm saying with all the oppression, all the racism, with all the apartheid, some of us have never accepted it. I brought white kids to come to my black school and spend the whole day there. I fought the laws that put down single women. When they said single women could not apply for a house, I did, and I got it. If I couldn't adopt, I did. I never accepted wrong things because of my religious principles. So in spite of it all, we're working. And it's an excitement here. Having so many political parties, it's a joy to show freedom of speech in this country, not just two parties. Everybody trying to say, this is what I stand for. That's the joy of South Africa.
And thank you. We will be seeing now, hopefully, a democratic election come to South Africa very soon. A few days, really. So when we come back, we will talk to the people out there who are conducting hands-on programs to rebuild South Africa.
Yep. Here we go.
Top Level celebrates the birth of a new era in our country. So why don't you join us on the 1st of May when we with prominent personalities celebrate on NNTV at 6 o'clock. Be part of history making by tuning in to Top Level on NNTV. Top Level, the show that will continue to get South Africa talking.
Now it's your turn to ask the panelists, from your peers here to the experts. And we also have other experts in front who have been hands-on in trying to rebuild South Africa. Your questions, your fears, your concerns, your dreams, your aspirations. Let's have the first one. Yes, sir. Gentleman up there.
Felicia, my question is double-fold for two people, yourself and the Reverend Matalepule, a very, very beautiful person. I'd like to know, how did Africans like yourself find the strength to be where you are today? Why did you fall under the stereotype that because you're oppressed, you're under apartheid, you should have been hopeless, you should have blamed everything on the system and, sitting by the wayside and, being dirty and everything, just blaming everything on the struggle. Where did you find the strength to pick yourself up? What spark kept you going to be where you are? Thank you.
Because you're my guest, I'll start with you.
That's a very good question. I am a very proud African. And in my African culture, the worst sin that anybody can commit is not killing people, but because we can accidentally kill people. But the worst sin is being selfish. So you can't be accidentally selfish. So, also, because I do not support selfishness, I believe I'm unique, I am special, I am proud, I'm where I am. My parents, my church, my home, my community said to me, there is a reason why you are living. Make your footprints in the sense of time, and don't let anybody put you down. Now, for instance, right now, I'm from the Free State, and the Free State has a lot of dynamic people, but we have been lopsided here. We've been developing the West only. It's time that we must develop the Free State, which is central, so that it becomes a hub of activity. There are good things that are happening there. There are Afrikaners, there are English, there are American, there are South Africans who are working together, not just look at the negative.
Well, I don't have too much to say. Maybe I better say
the last one
something
is
now
this.
then.
One example that my parents gave. We used to live across a hospital, and the nurse used to play tennis. And one day my parents threw this tennis ball and said, my child, be like this tennis ball. When people squeeze it hard, of course, when squeeze it hard, it loses its shape. And then says, leave it, bounce back to what it is. And says, take it, drop it on the ground. And says, the harder you drop it, the higher it goes. The same thing with you. If people put you down, if systems put you down, if they put negative things on you, rise higher than they expected.
As Les Brown says, the author of Live Your Dreams, who I really admire greatly, he says, when life knocks you down, pick up from where you go. When life knocks you down, make sure that you fall on your back, because if you can look up, you will wake up. And that's my philosophy too in life. You have to know where you're going. You have to have role models. Asking me, I came from a family of role models. My grandfather was the first black businessman to own a business downtown during the height of apartheid. He worked in it as a waiter and a cook, gave the impression it was not his. So my role models in South Africa and in the United States, I've looked to, in South Africa, for example, my grandfather was, my grandmother was, the Mabuza family. In America, I look at people like Jonetta Cole, the president of Spelman, who is an inspiration for me. I look at many other people, Barbara Jordan, the heroes of yesterday and today. Those are my heroes. So in short, what I'm trying to say to you young people, make sure that you have heroes and heroes. You will get somewhere. By osmosis, make sure you take pictures with them. Make sure you hang around them. By osmosis, you'll get there. Okay, but this show is for you and it's about you. Let's hear your questions.
I'd like to address my question to Dr. Alexander, and I'd like to ask him, how can any effective attempt at nation building be made when there are certain groups intent on self-determination? How is the concept of strong federalism reconcilable with what you called creating a common identity?
Let me just say that that question points to a very dark side of our future. Not the question of federalism. I don't think that is in itself such a big problem, because you can have a federal system which is non-racial, which is non-ethnic, and which maintains the unity of the country, of the economy, and of the society. That is not the problem. I think the problem is, as you point out, the drive for self-determination, more particularly a self-determination that is based on ethnic division, on ethnic divisiveness, or to use a very old word that still has a very new meaning, tribalism. I believe that that points to the dark side of our future. We are still going to go through the valley of death. We mustn't have any illusions. This is a joyful moment for all of us. I think we all agree that we who are sitting here today do want to go into a new dawn. We do want to create a new nation. But let us not for 1 second doubt that we are going to have to struggle very hard against those who want to divide and subvert that drive for unity amongst our people. So we will do it, but we are going to have to fight very hard to do so.
Okay. Go ahead, we'll hear you.
Okay, I direct this to the youth panel. The younger generation keep on talking and saying that they want to interact with one another and build a stronger nation together. The point is that, are they going to get down and do this? And if so, how? They should do what they preach and not just big talk.
Are you saying that in schools still you see segregation? Is that what I'm saying, when we are in multiracial schools?
I feel that in certain schools we are very close and we're not used to seeing what goes on outside our classroom windows. And I want to know how people think they're going to help one another to bridge this gap.
If you give it a chance, I'm sure you'll be able to get somewhere, like you make interact groups with other schools, like Rodin does, and then you actually do get to meet people from other schools. There's no obstacle standing in your way.
And I'd like to add about interaction. I mean, if you look at other schools, True Rodin and Rosebank, there's actually a project called Rotary International. Yeah. Rotary International is about interaction. That's the whole point. So in the Transvaal, we have 49 interact clubs, and it's in District 9303900. And what interact is about is interacting with other clubs, working together, both black and white, helping the community, and that's how young people get to build each other. If you find, like, for instance, they raise funds, and the funds go to other, they go to the Key, which is a school which is not government subsidized. So, I mean, young people are doing something. The only problem is that about Rotary International, nobody knows about it. Nobody actually gives them any, they don't get any attention, nothing.
Is there
but
anything
there is a point about it.
Is there anything that you feel you are doing that your parents did not do and it could have saved this country?
Mixing with people from other races and actually getting to know them better.
Getting involved.
Like before, you'd never sit between a black person and a white person. We're getting to do it today.
Well, that's just right. Are you angry at what your parents did?
No. Why should we be? Because, I mean, it's not what our parents wanted to. That's how life was, And if you look at some black people, when they come to a place, and that's how the situation is, they just say, who am I to change it? Unlike the doctor there. She's different, She says, when people say no, I say yes. But some black people, I mean, it was time of apartheid. You can't blame them for not getting themselves involved. Because if they had, they could have been beaten up and different things. So you can't really blame our parents. But we can thank our parents for letting us know that things are changing. Get involved. So we mustn't blame them. We must thank them for helping us.
Yolanda, is it the same way?
Yes, I do agree with you. However, your parents and my parents obviously differ. But, but I mean in context of their skin color now. I think when you interact with the people of other racial groups, it was because if I ever interacted with people of other racial groups, it was because of the circumstances created, which was created. You see? And therefore, when I went to school, I went to an all-white school. When I get out of school, I won't get out of an all-white school. And I have no problem with that. And my parents taught me that that is no problem. It doesn't matter what your skin color is, what you believe. Each and every one of us is different. We have to learn to work together with each other, respect each other and be tolerant.
To the Dr. Cooper and Terry, that's your area. How do you feel? What you are hearing here is the hope.
Absolutely, and I think that what I'm also sensing is the need to develop ways of helping people to establish this kind of interaction. You know, all the research in psychology indicates that when you just lump people together who've traditionally been separated, that what happens is that racial prejudice heightens. So I think the kind of positive activities that you were talking about, the interaction, the interact, are the kind of ways we need to go. And obviously it needs to be programs that happen with the youth. But we can't just leave it with the youth, Felicia. We've also got to look at other generations. We've got to look at their parents, their grandparents. We can't build a nation on the youth alone. We've all of us, as adults, got to work at building a nation and finding ways of finding each other. And this is the challenge, I think.
I think that the
Dr.
biggest
Cooper?
problem is the fear that has been instilled in the majority of us. We've come to accept the stereotypes of so-and-so belongs to a particular racial or other grouping. If we begin to look at each other as ordinary human beings, faced with the same needs, faced with the same issues about life, we'll go a long way towards reaching the type of conditions we all desire. One of the biggest problems that we faced in the past was to make an obstacle of the difference that exists amongst us, because no two people see the world exactly the same way. We may speak different languages, we may actually believe in different gods, we may actually perceive things quite differently. We need to cherish that difference rather than make it into the obstacle that it's been in the past.
And can I just say, Felicia,
Wait, let's get a question first from the young people.
I would like to pose a question to that young man from Soweto. Why do you say the education in Soweto is the same as the education in suburbs? While you are from PACE, and PACE happens to be a private school with more facilities than other schools in Soweto.
For the good of the audience, PACE is a school that was put up by American corporations as a way of trying to uplift township education, but now the corporations have pulled out and are no longer then. PACE seems to be on its own now.
Yes, that's done. All right, to respond to your question, well, I said that I think that the education, the basic, actually I was talking about the basic objective of learning. You have to study at school to achieve a certain goal, like for instance, to get a matric or just to get a senior certificate. So even in suburbs or in town here, the pupils, the students are doing the same. They are not, you don't actually go to school to go and enjoy the facilities or to go and enjoy what you see around it, or to go and say that this is good at my school and that. You go to school only for your own good, to learn and to achieve a certain goal.
Dr. Alexander?
Yes, Felicia, I think we need to be a little careful. There's a lot of the milk of human kindness that's flowing around here tonight, and it's very good. I've got no problem with it.
Sorry?
There's a lot of the milk of human kindness that's flowing tonight, and I've got no problem with that. It's very good. But I think we must also understand that it's not simply going to come from goodwill and mutual respect. Certain structural things have got to be attacked and tackled in our society. For example, the question of what are we going to do about getting our students, just the younger generation, to mix more freely? You've got to take the education out of the ghettos, out of the ghettos that apartheid has built. You've got to take the education in the long term. It's got to come out of the ghettos. That's the only way that the students are going to be able to mix, really understand one another on a day-to-day basis. And their parents will follow them, by the way. Just as they go to work in factories or in offices and so on, their parents will follow them. They will try to live as near to the school as possible, and the residential patterns will begin to change over time. We must understand that certain structural things, urban planning, our towns must look different, our cities must look different. The apartheid city is going to be broken up, and we've got to find a new composite whole.
The other thing is, we must look at the youth themselves. They must stop being destructive and violent. They need to love what they have, respect themselves, love themselves. We don't need to destroy our schools, destroy our buildings if there is any problem or conflict. And we also must move away from selfishness. It is a fact that our education is based on selfishness and prejudice. Others have more. Right now, you go to the schools in Soweto, they don't have equipment as you go to white schools and suburb schools, or even PACE. You know, so there's been selfishness. And if you want people to change, you change first. And then when you change, you can help others change.
I might as well just go around the panel, Dr. Cooper, and then we'll go to Terry, and then we'll close it up for the youth panel.
I want to warn against falling into the trap of blaming victims. Yes. I think that earlier on you pointed to some of the fears of the white business community in this country. One of the greatest myths is to believe that youth are violent, that they're responsible for some of the violence, and that some of the political parties, for instance, post-1990, the unbanning of certain organizations resulted in political violence.
But the cameras don't lie, Dr. Cooper. We see them, we see violence all over, and we see so many young people.
But we need to understand from whence that violence comes. Violence is a consequence of life over these many decades of apartheid rule in this country. Apartheid has been a very violent imposition on our society, both black and white. If you think that there are white people who haven't suffered under apartheid, you need to look at the high incidence of family murder, and you'll realize what I'm talking about. You need to look at what happens on our streets, and how many people are quick to attack each other, to realize what has been wrought by apartheid. So that common misnomer of youth are violent, and specifically urban African youth are violent, is totally wrong. There are causes of violence that have gone beyond those youth, and youth are playing out some of the things that they have to confront in the society. Indeed, they are responding to the violence that is already in the society. Unfortunately, it has assumed a certain political flavor, which hopefully will be mediated by the events that are going to unfold in the next few months.
I want to let me get
I want to say that two things. That obviously one is concerned that there must be equal education now for all South African children. But there's a whole generation of people out there that lost that opportunity. And part of rebuilding a nation is going to have to be addressing their needs and what they've lost out on. And finally, I also think it's important that our solution is not going to come from America or anywhere else. Our solutions are going to come from here. We have enormous resources, we have talent. Our solutions, I believe, are going to be African solutions. And they're going to work in this country because they're going to come from this country. We can look at other countries for models.
That's why the international mediators failed.
Well, it wasn't Kissinger and Carrington that got the ball rolling. It was an African. And I believe our nation building has got to be an African.
I have said, in spite of the violence, the majority of youth are loving, are caring, are enthusiastic, they are creative, they are productive, they are positive. This is my experience. I live with them, I work with them. But I'm not negating the fact that there is violence and that there are some who use the excuse of the crime that they go onto violent rampages. And we need to refrain and not blame apartheid for everything. There are many people who have lived under apartheid who are not violent, who in spite of it have tried to make it. And I'm saying we have human pride, human dignity in ourselves. Let's look at the positives and concentrate on the positives to accentuate it.
Okay, let me... In that we are left with about 7 minutes, I'm going to have you again ask your peers then. I'm going to close up with that panel there. And then after that, I hate to say this, I am going to go into the next panel, which is the panel of the hands-on panel that are doing things without government subsidy, without government money to try and rebuild this country. One or two more questions. Well, let me get that gentleman here first.
More women.
I think you will be fine.
More women speaking.
very thankful. One of the essential elements of nation building is equity between racial groups. And I believe that to achieve equity, we need some kind of catalyst program, such as affirmative action, to redress the iniquities that were existing in the past. My question is directed to Dr. Alexander. Do you have in mind any such kind of catalyst programs that you think may bring about and creation of equal opportunities?
Dr. Alexander?
Yes, very briefly, I think that we've got to be very clear that affirmative action is itself based on merit. It's an American word. We need to be clear that what we're talking about is equality of opportunity, but it is based on merit, not on color, first of all. And secondly, I think that the language issue is the real way to go for an affirmative action program in South Africa. I think that if we make it a condition for people to know African languages, which have been denied up to now, equal status, if we make it a condition for employment, that people should know certain African languages when they apply for employment, I think that affirmative action will take a natural course.
I think what you're also trying to say here is that affirmative action is normalizing a society that has been abnormal. And again, affirmative action means putting people into those positions that are capable or have the ability to ultimately become experts in their areas.
I think that the problem here is that for far too long, too many of us have been blaming each other. We're always blaming someone else. And it's time to actually stop the buck and take responsibility, because nation building is about mutual responsibility. It's about each of us playing our own role in building our own country. And if we don't, we have absolutely no right to want to be part of a new South Africa.
I need a lady. Say that again.
I'd just like to say this for the good of South Africa. The true change will not come from the constitution nor the government itself. It will come from within the hearts of men. That is true nation building. That includes the women.
No. You have to call the women separately.
Okay, men and women.
That's better. Let me go to our youth panel there, close up, and then come up with the next panel. As Kami Mazwai, editor of Enterprise, says, if you think like a victim, you will act like a victim. If you walk like a victim, you will become a victim. If you do everything like a victim, you will be a victim. How do you feel about that? And not just that, anything you'd like to close up with. Let me start off with you.
Well, I definitely feel that the only way is that through everyone's cooperation. Everyone has to play a part for this country to come together. For example, I take part in a program called Streetwise. We meet with street children who are abandoned in the streets of Hillbrow, and we meet together with another school, Sacred Heart. And together we're all equal, and we work together. We play games, and there's joy between us because together we're working towards a goal. And I think that's the basis of this country. If we all come together and work together and reach our goals, we'll be proud to be South Africans, and that's the future of this country, working together.
I like what I'm hearing, what you are doing to try and rebuild this country as young people. And you?
If we have to reconstruct and rebuild our new nation of the new South Africa, I feel that that the government should invest in the youth and believe in the youth, and only then can we live together in harmony, because as the doctor said, structurally, if we have to rebuild the nation, we should concentrate on education. And I think free education is a right and not a privilege.
Moses?
Well, the message that I would like to pass, particularly to the South African youth in conclusion, is that the nation out there is in a serious demand of their effort and energy, as well as their capability and intellect in order to develop. So they should try and deliberate some more plans and ways of upgrading and reconstructing this society. If they can try and reach out to the different sectors of the society, they will find that there is a lot of potential in participating in most of the community projects, particularly those in the vicinities. They will as such be contributing a lot to nation building. Hence, we will not have only a better society, but we will also have a dynamic, a healthier, a stronger, as well as a brighter society which will be capable of conquering anything.
We have 2 minutes left, and I need all three
I
of
think
you
that
in
we
2
should
minutes.
stop asking what can our country do for us, but what we as individuals can do for our country. Because we as individuals make up a nation. Okay, and after the elections, we can't expect everything to be totally fine. It's like a sick person. You're going to have to go through a worse stage before you can get better. Things are going to get a little bit difficult after elections, but things are going to work out in the end.
I think that everybody who is propagating peace, change, and all those things should start with themselves, as it has been said during the program. The change has to come from within yourself, because if each and every one of us changes, the whole process will change, things will change. If you walk like a victim, you will be a victim. If you change within yourself, you will be a better person, and that will change the country for the better.
I'd like to say to the South African youth, I mean, let's just pretend we're wearing transparent glasses, you know. Let's see a country. Let's not see black and white, pink, red. So what if others are maroon? Let's just see a country. And I think it's very important because the future is us. Not our parents, but us. They're becoming the past. We're becoming the future.
There is hope, South Africa. And when we come back next week, we will talk to people out there who are conducting hands-on programs to rebuild South Africa without any government money, without any private industry money. Good night.
If you wish to be part of our studio audience recording, please call Isa Trengrove on 714-5510 or Joanne Gipper on 714-3077. And if you have any comments or suggestions, write to Felicia Mabuza Subtle, top level SABC, private bag X41, Auckland Park 2006. Top level, the show that gets South Africa talking.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the dawn of a new day?
C-SPAN's coverage of the first democratic multiracial elections in South Africa continues with a business roundtable. Representatives of the South African Chamber of Business, the American Chamber of Commerce in South Africa, and the National African Federated Chamber of Commerce. This roundtable looks at prospects for business growth following the elections.
Les Wheel, Deputy President, South African Chamber of Business. What are your predictions for the future of business in South Africa after the elections?
Well, I'm very optimistic and positive about business's future as we move from a inward-looking orientated economy to an outward-looking one. We are seeing the lifting of sanctions, many new countries who didn't trade with us previously now coming into the country, both tangibly in terms of investment and some others putting a toe in the water and commencing trade. And overall, I think that there's a a international view being formed within South Africa regarding its international business. And similarly, externally, the overseas countries are perceiving that we're a bridge not only into our own market, but also into the entire Southern African region, which is a market of some 150 million consumers potentially. So we're extremely optimistic and believe that there are many opportunities and challenges which we can develop later.
Michael Leaf, General Secretary, the National African Federated Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to ask you the same question.
I must echo Liz's comments as well. But in addition, I think that there are certain social concerns that we obviously have to address. But I think, again, we also echo the sentiment of being very positive. As an organization, we need to be looking at other interests like small and medium enterprises and the emerging enterprises we tend to call the micro sector, which also need to be addressed in a much more strident way. In the past, that tended to be neglected, and I think that the very positive elements about the way things are developing in the country in terms of that direction.
Roger Crawford, President, American Chamber of Commerce in South Africa, your predictions.
Well, you know, I would echo exactly what's been said here, and we could perhaps illustrate that by saying to you that during the mid-1980s, when the American business community in South Africa faced sanctions and disinvestment, we saw many American companies not necessarily leaving South Africa, but perhaps changing their ownership. But in this period where we begin to engage a global economy, we've been encouraged by the number of American companies and investors that have been to South Africa, have met with the Chamber of Commerce, have met with many other parties, and are beginning to investigate their re-entry into this marketplace. There have been a number that have already taken that decision and have come into South Africa prior to the election. The majority of those have come early to protect the intellectual property. Others have returned to rebuy their businesses after having sold them to South African enterprises. But I think the major group are those companies who've never been in South Africa before, don't really understand this marketplace. They've done all their homework. They've met the bankers. They've met the lawyers. They've met the property developers. They've spoken to the human resource practitioners. And I predict that within 4 or 5 months after the election, many of those American companies will announce their intention of investing into this market. So within the American Chamber of Commerce, which represents the American business community in South Africa, we're pretty upbeat about the future.
What would you say are the greatest opportunities for investment?
Well, I think one's got to look at the economy in general as well in order to start focusing on that answer, on that question. We're in a state at this point in time where the economy is growing on a broad front. This year we expect to have a real growth rate of around 4%. And I think it'll be very interesting to see what the new government's economic policy is going to be and the strategies to reach the defined objectives. If one looks at the needs in the country, we have a situation where fixed investment has declined from around 26% of GDP in 1986 to around 14% at the present time. That needs to be built up. And that will no doubt be built up in terms of needs of members of our society. We need housing. We have a backlog of round about a million to 2 million homes, which is receiving attention, and there are tangible plans now on the drawing boards and financial arrangements being put into effect in relation to the construction of those houses. Eskom, which is our electricity, main electricity utility organization, plans to electrify 1 million homes by the turn of the century. So there are important opportunities there for consumer goods, all consumer goods relating to electricity, and of course furnishings and the other accoutrements that go with development and electrification. Education, we need some 60,000 classrooms to be built in the immediate future, and then the overall infrastructural development to accommodate some 1 million persons a year urbanizing in this country.
Linda, the nature of an organization like ours, NAFCOP, is that obviously we've been around 30 years, and probably through, exclusion in the past, there's a tendency for us to focus more on the small and medium enterprises. Obviously, that is not only on our agenda. We're looking at other programs where we start to develop people to a much greater extent to the corporate sector and to start to own some of the assets within the economy. But in terms of how we can start to see relationships with outside organizations or companies or investors, we have what we call a joint ventures program that we have set up, where we've encouraged multinationals to come in and start to set up partnerships with particularly the disadvantaged communities and the majority of the people, which is the black community. And in this way, we look at ways of how we can start to develop the people and start for them to become part of this economy from which they've been excluded. I must say that we were at a function last week, and Tokyo Sequali, who was actually the premier-elect for the PWV region, he was saying that the American companies that want to come in, they asked him for advice and how best could they start to put something into this economy and give something to the people. And the answer he gave to them, and we have what we call a number of squatter camps, and one of these is known as Polo Park. And he said, if you're really serious about doing something, if you really want to talk black economic empowerment and getting people involved, don't always just talk to the people that probably are the cream of the crop, or the people that sit up there, or the people that are always the most visible. Go to a place like Polo Park, for instance. Perhaps maybe buy a plot of land across the road from Polo Park and get the community that's in Polo Park, and this is the squatter settlement, to start to have something that they can own. And then you start off with something. Let's say for argument's sake, they had to just do motor car parts which could be exported to Africa or to the US. And this was this example that he gave. He says, yeah, you are creating an opportunity for people to start to own something, get involved in something, and start to get some return. Now, this was an example that Tokyo gave by empowering people that have been totally disadvantaged. Although we ourselves are setting up this joint venture program not only to involve the people that have been totally excluded and because of this unemployment situation, but people that are also trying to break into the greater corporate sector and create opportunities for them as well.
Can I just add to what has been said here? I think we've been touching on the whole question of the consumer market. I think one of the things that's going to happen after the election is that the majority of the population's income levels are going to rise significantly. That's going to be largely because they're going to be included in government infrastructure. And I think that really focuses in on the first opportunity that we see in the American business community, the growth of the consumer market in South Africa as a result of that greater income distribution. And of course that opens up all sorts of opportunities in terms of the sort of products and the sort of companies that would be attracted to this marketplace. One thinks of clothing, one thinks of white goods. Mike mentioned earlier on, or Les did, the whole question of electrification. That's going to open up many opportunities in terms of the consumer goods market. I think linked to that is the whole question of South Africa being a platform for entry not only to the global economy, and clearly that's going to have to be a focus of the new economic process in South Africa, but also a platform for entry into Africa. Now, what we found in talking to many of the American companies since the opening up of the society 3 or 4 years ago is that the traditional servicing of the African market has probably come out of Europe, and in some cases has come out of America. In relation to a European market, a market in Africa is particularly small, and therefore doesn't get the sort of attention from management that it deserves. But we've already found that as South Africa has become more acceptable politically in the African context, that more and more African markets are contacting business in South Africa and saying, you are after all part of the African market, you understand this marketplace. And I think that that's an enormous opportunity, growing out of the growth of a consumer market in South Africa and using that as a platform to enter more aggressively into the bigger African market.
I think that's a very important point, and it links in with a philosophy, and I think one of the challenges that we have, which Mike touched on as well, and that is black economic empowerment in South Africa. there are many people who say that there's too much of a concentration of economic ownership of economic assets, business assets in this country. But I think that one has to view it in a broad spectrum, and I believe that there is opportunity for American organizations to invest in this country right across the spectrum. Some of our corporations are substantial, one or two are substantial in world terms, and one needs to have that critical mass to compete internationally. But every company, every South African company at this point in time is looking critically at itself in relation to the question of black economic empowerment. And it is very encouraging to see some of the programs that are being developed by our members and business generally, locally in this country, tangible steps towards equity partnerships and other programs that they are taking on the local front. Now, if that can be augmented with the technological expertise and other positive aspects which American corporations can bring to bear on the situation, then through the combination of effort and structure, one can indeed take advantage of this very real market which Mike has referred to.
You mentioned to bring about equity. Do you think that some talk about needing a redistribution of wealth and even also a redistribution of land, but do you have any thoughts on that and how?
Yes, we've actually delivered a number of papers on this particular issue, and in fact, within our own organization, we formed what we called a 3, 4, 5, 6 committee. It's actually based on a resolution that was taken way back in 1990, where we said that we should, looking at the South African economy, and particularly with emphasis on JSE companies, we said that 30% of the people that are represented in terms of directors need to come from the black community, and this would happen over a 10-year period from 1990 to the year 2000. We also said that 40% of the stakeholding in those companies would also start to come from that community, 50% in terms of subcontracting and purchasing and supplies and so on, and 60% in terms of management, the top management level. This is a program that we have said. It is not intended to be a quota system. It's intended to be targets that we have established and to work towards it. And obviously we have tried to put in a number of strategies by start to developing these things. Like if you look at in the case of directors, the first thing people ask us, oh, you want directors on the boards, but where are these directors? We don't see them, you know. So we have gone out and started to create a directory where we start to try and draw in as many people that are involved in black business. And obviously we try to look for the cream black business and also the potential directors to have them placed in at that level. We also had a program established at our MLDC Center. This is the Management and Leadership Development Center in Soshanguve, where we start to set up training programs to start to groom people to that level as well. In terms of the stakeholding, already there have been some initiatives, the things like Metal for one, and there's been African Life. These are all initiatives that are happening. Some of them, whether we agree with them or disagree with them, that's not the point. The point is that it starts to happen, it starts to gain momentum, because the person staying out in Tokoza does not understand the JSE. They see this as an anathema, something to stay away from. They think that is a particular white instrument, and we need to groom them to understand that what the JSE could mean to them. This is the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. We've already, a number of corporations have worked vigorously in terms of their supplies and subcontracting. A lot of that is happening, and a lot of that looks very promising. And in terms of top management, I think that particularly an organization like BMF, this is the Black Management Forum, have worked hard in this, and there are a whole lot of initiatives that have been done by the corporations in this area, but all these are positive signs that we are beginning to see that the whole dynamics of our economy is starting to change in that direction.
In the United States, we have quite a debate about affirmative action and whether they're quotas or not. Do you think that is a necessary step in this country to deal with the ramifications of apartheid?
Well, yeah, I think the first observation that I'd make is that if we commit ourselves to a market-driven economic structure, then the answer must be no. That I think any interference by central government in the mechanisms and in the running of business would be counterproductive to growing the economy. However, That doesn't mean to suggest that we in the American business community don't support the whole issue of economic empowerment, redistribution of wealth. And I think what we will probably see in this country is that the political achievements of the last 3 years have been and will be shown to be the easy part of the equation. The far more difficult challenge that we're going to face in South Africa is how do we manufacture the glue that is going to hold together this whole political dispensation, and that glue is going to be economic growth. And unless the majority of South Africans are included in the economy and believe that they have a stake to compete fairly and equally in that economy, I think the political arrangements that are going to be achieved next week are going to have no substance.
I think it's important to mention that when the whole subject of affirmative action and redistribution programs was first mooted seriously a few years ago, it was in the form of redistribution of the existing cake. The focus of attention now amongst all the political players and of course the business community as well is on growing the economy. And there's some very interesting examples. I mean, if one looks, for example, at Malaysia, 10 years ago or 12 years ago, one had a situation there where a minority element of the population, the Chinese, I think, constituted about 20% of the population, but owned 80% of the assets. Today, the economy has grown substantially, but they still are 20% of the population, but their 20% ownership of the assets has meant 20% ownership of a much larger cake. So the other 80% have benefited enormously, and the whole country has grown at the real growth rate, as we know, in that area of, on average, 10% per annum. Now, those real growth rates of double figures are achievable in this country as well, with the right kinds of policies. It is possible.
To follow up on that, what type of policies do you all think the government needs to institute to boost growth?
Okay, this is that I don't want to lose sight of the land issue. You asked a comment, and if I may just comment a bit on that, because, you know, land is the land issue has been around for some time, and obviously people that have been dispossessed, and I don't want to go into the hotbed of all this. And obviously the difficulty, particularly for black business people, is that if they went to their bank manager, one of the things that counted against them, they had no collateral to show for it. Obviously this has changed since 1990, but there are still people that probably do not have that potential asset as collateral, and this has been a cause for concern. But interesting enough, today I looked in one of the papers, one of the morning papers, and I saw 4 pages showing people actually now getting land transferred from a leasehold situation to a freehold situation. It was just interesting that 4 years down the line we are starting to see some of these things happening. But obviously that issue itself is a hotbed altogether and needs to be addressed in some way. Your question?
Government policies, and what kind of government policies do you think need to help boost the economy, and then a little bit about each party's, the main political parties, where they stand?
Well, I would think that too much government interference cannot be good, and there needs to be obviously some kind of direction given in some ways. But I think that to a large extent we try to discount the kind of legislation that could start to impose on people the way they should operate. But in terms of how they can start to assist the process and start to generate policies, to us it's always the SME sector that has been neglected. It's always the SME, and they speak about particularly a future government, and what has been said by the political parties, that the SME sector is the one that is going to really drive this economy, and there's a lot of opportunities there, and we need to see an SME-friendly environment where we start to see that things start to change, to start to create opportunities for people to enter the SME arena, start to see linkages start to develop between big business and small business, we start to see other opportunities start to be created. I mean, in our country, unlike the States, in the States they have a small business administration, whether it's good or bad, one can debate that. In our country, it is dependent on a deputy director general that sits in the Department of Trade and Industry that has never developed a cohesive policy, that has never really looked after the interests of small business, and we try to look at perhaps maybe a ministry should be created, particularly at cabinet level, where they start to impact on small business, to start to sell the idea of small business and to start to generate the interest in small business. Small business has tended to be neglected, and both Les's organization and ours, we tend to represent the majority of small business. We obviously have, there are big business considerations, but that is a key area that we would think needs to be developed on. In terms of the ANC, who have developed their RDP policy, I would think that they have been very bold to put something on the table, because obviously it's going to be criticized left, right and center, and obviously to raise expectations in some ways. But obviously the one advantage or the one thing I can say about the RDP thing is that it is people driven, is that they sort out the interests of the people. Even an organization like ourselves was asked to input into this process, and that is probably one of the most useful things that they've done in that way. Whether this has diluted probably proper economic policy, again, that is a point of debate.
RDP is?
Reconstruction and Development Program.
Linda, can I just respond a little differently to that, perhaps putting a little bit of an American twist to this argument? And that really is the whole question of creating an environment in the United States conducive to American investment entering this country. And I think this is a very important debate, and it concerns two issues. It concerns, firstly, the question of sanctions at state, local and municipal levels in the United States. And I think there are still 42 of those organizations that still have sanctions against companies who want to trade in South Africa. And I think it's very important that an American audience understand that sort of penalty imposed on American companies who want to enter this market is no longer applicable, it's old-fashioned, and it really isn't in the interest of the long-term development of the economy in this country. The second question that I think one needs to make very strongly is that the American business community has traditionally practiced a code of employment practice and a code of investment in South Africa under the Sullivan Principles. There are agencies and individuals in the United States who still believe that sort of extraterritorial code imposed on business in South Africa is still applicable. I think it really needs to be understood that all business in South Africa, including the major political leadership in this country, and by that I mean the African National Congress and other parties, don't believe that it's appropriate that outside this country somebody constructs a code of employment practice or a code of investment which will govern the entry of new investment into this country. Because I simply believe that South Africa is certainly not the most attractive place to be examining for investment. I think it is an attractive area. There are certainly other areas in the world that probably make it more attractive to people to consider investment. And I just believe that by leaving in place or creating a new code of employment practice with the expectation that new American investment in this country and existing investment would apply that code to their businesses. I think the most important thing that the American business and political society can do is to remove all impediments to new investment in the society and leave the new government and the dialogue that now exists between government and business in this country to decide on how business should conduct itself in the new South Africa.
You sometimes hear about the ANC having communist links, and then it would be more of a socialist economy. Are there concerns? Do you have concerns about that?
I think that is a concern. The ANC is a conglomeration of interests. But I think that looking at the broader effect of the changes which we're undergoing, one has to focus on that we do now have available in government the full spectrum of talent in our country, whereas previously the majority of the population were in effect excluded from the decision-making process. Now, if one looks back a few years ago, there was a total dichotomy between government and business. The last few years, some top businessmen have been brought into the cabinet. I think the transparency which Mike mentioned has set the ground rules for the future. And through the National Economic Forum, where business, labor and government are represented, and it is a key policy-making body, there will be the necessary interface and appreciation of the consequences of certain decisions. I think from an external point of view, some of the signals that will be important will be the extent of fiscal restraint and control. And as I mentioned at the outset, we are moving from an inwardly looking economy where we had high tariffs and protections because of the sanctions situation to a now outward looking economy, and we need to redefine our whole industrialization policy that involves education and all kinds of consequential ramifications. And I think that if one focuses on what is happening on those fronts, the extent of government, that it's not growing into a huge, amorphous, inefficient mass, and the quality of policy making and the adherence of strategies relating to those policies, I think one will get, from an external perspective, a very clear indication of the direction in which we are moving.
Do you get a feeling that the general population's expectations might be too high to get jobs and houses and the economy going?
I think that expectations and fears got to be, one's got to anticipate that these are obviously concerns, and I think that, and I've seen the ANC try to address this within their own forums to try to say to people, although this is what's going to happen in your lives, do not anticipate that overnight you will start to be driving fancy Mercedes-Benzes or get a fancy house in Houghton or Sandton. And I think that they are aware that such expectations are anticipated. But I think in many ways these are being addressed in the different forums. And just touching on what Les has said about the NEF, the National Economic Forum, a very important body where it's got the participation of government, labour and business to try to address a number of concerns. They have what they call job creation projects, they have small business programs, they have a whole host of activities and initiatives that are happening. And this is not the only forum that exists. They have the housing forum, they have the education forum, the electrification forum, and I mean our country has become a whole plethora of forums. I mean everyone discussing issues, everyone making a point, and I think they, in all ways, despite the fact that we need to be looking at this outlook, having this outward-looking economy, there is a genuine attempt to address the social fabric of this country. And in doing so, obviously, that one needs to try to nullify the high expectations and try to bring people along so that they buy into the whole process.
As a final question, how long do you think it will take South Africa to achieve the kind of economic results that they're striving for?
Linda, if I had the answer to that question, I'd probably be running as president of this country. You know, it's a very difficult question to answer. I think we've touched on many of these issues. It's going to depend on how quickly we can contain the violence and therefore create the perception and the reality that this is a market that people can enter with a reasonable sense of security. It's going to depend largely on the sort of economic philosophy and policy that emerges from a new government, and I am encouraged. I mean, Mike is talking about the transparency and the communication that exists between business and emerging political leadership. It's a very difficult question to answer. From a narrow perspective of the American Chamber of Commerce in South Africa, we anticipate that within 6 months after the election, there should be sufficient certainty in the minds of those who'd like to enter this economy that they should do so. So I'm putting about 6 months on the fact that American companies will start entering this market in significant numbers.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
In accordance with South Africa's new election policy, the results of these first democratic elections are expected to be announced 2 days after the polls close. Next, we re-air a call-in program from Wednesday morning focusing on the South African elections. Our guest was the South African ambassador to the U.S., Herman Schwartz. The ambassador discusses the voting process and the future for South Africa.
Harry Schwartz, South African ambassador to the United States. On this second day of voting in South Africa's first all-race elections, what are your thoughts?
Well, yesterday in the US, the voting was in a very good spirit, which made me pleased about it. At the polling, there was a good atmosphere between people. People were getting together, and I thought that was a very good sign. I hope that that same situation would exist in South Africa, and that people will, in fact, by voting together, get closer to each other.
Is it too early to tell whether the elections are going to be officially judged free and fair?
Well, I think it would be presumptuous to say that. My own view is that I think that's what will happen. I think the elections will be substantially fair and free. I think there will be complaints. I think there will be incidents. We already had a whole series of complaints about logistics which have gone wrong, ballot papers which haven't turned up. There's a problem, for example, which exists in the United States, that in Carter Freedom Party's name was not on the ballot paper, and people had to write it in by hand, and there were no rubber stamps on it, there were no stickers on it. So we're going to have complaints. But I think substantially the election will be fair and free, and I think it will be certified as such.
That brings up why I mentioned fair and free, that those particular words have a special meaning, don't they? Someone decides whether that election is going to be fair and free.
Yes, there is an independent electoral commission. It comprises people from all political spectrums in South Africa. It also has 5 international people on it, and they will be the ones who will make the judgment and do the certification.
Our phone lines are open as we talk about the elections now in their second day in South Africa. Our guest is the ambassador to the United States from South Africa. The phone numbers are on the bottom of your screen. There they are. And also you can, if you want to use your fax machine, call us and send a fax, 202-347-2111. Harry Schwartz is the ambassador to the United States from South Africa, appointed by F.W. de Klerk. Mr. Ambassador, a lot of changes are going to occur, of course, after this election. When do all of the changes in government actually take place after the election is completed?
Well, the voting will be presumably finished within the 2 days. I don't think there are likely to be extensions, even though already demands for it. Within 48 hours, I think the Independent Electoral Commission will certify as being fair and free. We will then know who is the new president. The new president will constitute his cabinet. There will be an inauguration of the new president on the 10th of May, and then government will start.
And what is the agreement in terms of what the structure of the government will be after the election? That is, a cabinet of how many people and how many representatives from each party in that cabinet?
Well, there'll be a cabinet probably of up to 27 people. It might be slightly less. And everybody who gets at least 5% of the vote will be entitled to at least one member of the cabinet, one member of the executive. It's intended to be a government of national unity in which the major political players will have a role.
And when you say a cabinet seat, does it mean any cabinet seat? There's different offices, I assume, in the government. So if I get 5% of the vote, do I get my pick as to which seat I get?
You don't choose. The president chooses, and the president has the prerogative to decide how his cabinet should be constituted. He'll obviously consult with people in relation to it and try and put the best people into the correct jobs. But in the final analysis, it's the president's call.
What offices are up for election in this process?
Well, everything's up for election. The members of parliament have to be elected. The Senate will be elected by the provincial legislatures. Every single cabinet post is up for appointment, which means that, for example, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Economic Affairs, the Minister of Defense, all of those will be up for appointment.
Is it like in the United States where people are voting for a particular person for president, or are they just electing different parties, hoping that that party will elect a particular leader?
What has happened is that in our case, we vote for a political party. We do not vote for a person. But each one of the parties has a list of candidates, and obviously in the case of a particular party, its leader is at the top of that list. And if that party were to get the majority, then that person would be the president. let's take simple examples. If the African National Congress is the major party, then Mr. Mandela will be the president. If, for example, the National Party were to be, then Mr. de Klerk would be the president, and so on in respect of any other political party.
I know everybody's saying that it's pretty likely that Nelson Mandela will be elected president. Are you willing to acknowledge that?
Well, I'm supposed to be apolitical, but I think that anybody who makes a judgment at this moment of time will, I think, forecast that the ANC will be the major political party and that Mr. Mandela will be the next president. I think that's generally accepted. I don't think any political party really seriously thinks that they can beat the ANC in this election.
By the way, how many parties are there on the ballot?
19 on the national ballot. There are different numbers on the various provincial ballots, but there are 19 parties, of which many are very small and many have just been constituted.
I was reading some of the fact sheets put out by the Independent Electoral Commission, and one of them described the ballot itself. It struck me as a rather large ballot. Is that
yes,
the case?
It's rather a long piece of paper, and
like this big?
Yes, it's that big, and it has on it the names of the party, the initials of the party, the symbol of the party, the picture of the leader of the party, and next to that a square in which to put your mark.
And one marks with a pencil or a pen?
Mark with a pencil or a pen. There's no mechanical voting in South Africa. It has to be done by hand.
Throughout, it's all paper? There are no machines even in the central city?
No machines, no. It's all done by paper.
Well, you said that by May 10th, the whole new government will be constituted. You are a member of, we call it here, the Foreign Service. You've had a significant career in government. What happens to you after May 10th?
Well, you must bear in mind that I'm not a professional Foreign Service officer. I'm not a professional diplomat. I'm actually a politician. I'm also a politician from an opposition party. I was a member, and still am a member of the Democratic Party, even though I have a non-political position and I'm politically impartial. So I was appointed from opposition ranks by the President. I've always regarded myself as representing the people of South Africa. The nomination comes from the President. And on May the 10th, my loyalty is towards the people of South Africa, and the person to whom I'm responsible will be the new President of South Africa.
What is your expectation to what Mr. de Klerk will do?
Well, Mr. de Klerk will be leading a party which will play a major role in South African politics. He is likely to be a vice president in the new government, because there's a provision that the major party, or party which has 15% of the vote, will have a vice president. So there's no doubt he will still be in politics and he will play a role. The intention, as I indicate, was that we're going to have a government of national unity. We're not going to have a simple majoritarian government.
Am I correct in my understanding that there will be 2 assistant or deputy presidents?
That's right, of which he will be one, and the majority party will have another, and there's a possibility even of a third.
How will they divide power?
Well, it's not a question of dividing power. The idea is that there will be a cabinet. They will meet together. They will endeavor to obtain consensus. If they can't obtain consensus, then of course a majority will prevail in the cabinet.
Are these deputy presidents equivalent to or not equivalent to the United States vice president?
I think they're similar to, but one couldn't say they're exactly equivalent to, because in the case of the United States, for example, the vice president is from the same political party as the president, whereas that does not follow in the case of at least one of the vice presidents in South Africa.
We'll go to the phones with our guest, the South African ambassador, Harry Schwartz. As he said, he was a working politician. He's the first serving politician from opposition ranks to be appointed to a senior ambassadorial post in the South African history. At the time of his appointment, he was a member of Parliament, also Democratic Party spokesman on finance and deputy chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Finance. He was first elected to public office in 1951 to the Johannesburg City Council. He's also an attorney by profession, and the first call for Mr. Ambassador Harry Schwartz is from Gaithersburg, Maryland. Go ahead, please. You're on the air.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Honorable Ambassador. So several quick questions, just 2 or 3. Is the Zulu tribe the largest single block of tribes in the country? And then do you want to answer each one, or do you want all three?
Why don't you give us all three, Colin?
Okay, the second one is on limited autonomy. If there's so much friction between the Afrikaner, the Dutch descendants, and the whites that favor, the change in the country, and also the blacks wanting too much change too soon, is this going to create an economic strain on the country? And the third one is, what is the symbolism of the new flag, the origin, who designed it, and what does it mean, and what will happen to the old flag? Thank you.
All right, let's take them in order. The first one, Mr. Ambassador, had to do with the size of the Zulu tribe.
Well, the Zulus constitute the biggest group in South Africa. There are actually more Zulus in South Africa than there are, for example, whites. They represent about 6 million people in South Africa. But I think it should be pointed out that all the opinion polls indicate that they do not vote as a bloc. I think there's a very substantial loyalty to the King of the Zulus, which is more of a non-political nature, but of a traditional nature. And we will have to wait to see what the results are, to see how the Zulu vote is actually broken up. The second question, I think, related to the question of strains that there would be between the various groups in South Africa. I think that we have to realize in South Africa that there has been a very great disparity in wealth between people, a very great disparity between opportunity in people. There have been different allocations of resources by the state in which the whites have been privileged. For example, in education at one stage, they spent 16 times as much on the education of a white child as they did on the education of a black child. All of that's going to come to an end, and there will be a different approach to this kind of thing. I think there will obviously be strains and difficulties as the process proceeds, but I think so far we've done reasonably well despite what has been portrayed as being the degree of violence that has occurred. And I think that, in fact, we will sort this out. It's not going to be easy, but we will do it.
And Mr. Ambassador, as you go to the third point, which had to do with the new flag, we show it here pictured on the front page of today's USA Today. Could you talk about the symbolism of that flag and who came up with it?
Well, the flag was designed by professional people. It was, the input came from the political parties, and it was approved by the transitional executive. It's designed with the intention that it should portray the various sections of the community and the bringing together of those sections of the community. What will happen to the old flag, it's already happened, namely at midnight last night, and here in Washington at 1 minute to 6, we in Washington took down the old flag, and at 6 o'clock we put up the new flag. That happened in South Africa at various places, at all the capital cities of the provinces, and from then onwards, this is the new flag of South Africa. The old flag is no longer to be flown.
USA Today says that the flag bears a symbol for yes. There's a Y. Is that true? Or is that just
well, you know, there are different people interpreting this in different ways. There are also people who interpret streams coming together as one.
Mm-hmm.
So what was actually in the mind of the designers, I think they've not really said to us, and people are putting different constructions on it. I believe it's the coming together of the streams in South Africa, of the different sections of the population.
Rather than the Y meaning yes.
But if it's yes, if yes means peace and yes means success, then I'm quite happy to accept the word yes.
Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, you're next.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning.
Excellent program as usual.
Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador, two questions, actually. The two independent states of Lesotho and Swaziland, how do they figure into this election, and what do you think the attitude of the predominantly black government will be toward these two states?
Well, the two states, both of them are independent states. They are not affected by this election. They have their own governments, and they will continue to be independent. And insofar as any new government is concerned, they will recognize the sovereignty of these two states. I think that sovereignty is not in issue.
Next, Los Angeles, California. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Ambassador.
Good morning.
I want to congratulate you and
South Africa for coming to terms with a very difficult situation. But my question is, if the ANC prevails, would Mr. Mandela be amenable to appointing advice from the business community so as to ensure positive business development? And would the predominantly white military take orders from Mr. Mandela?
Well, let me start with the second part. I think that the military is loyal to the government of the day. There may be individuals who do not like that, but I think the military as a whole will be loyal to the government of the day, will support it, and I don't believe there will be any difficulty in relation to that. Insofar as the business community is concerned, Mr. Mandela has met with leaders of the business community on very numerous occasions. I think a fairly good relationship has developed. He was only a matter of a few days ago at the stock exchange talking to people there and assuring them that he had policies which he thought would still encourage business in South Africa. I must tell you, there's been a lot of talk about the dangers to business, nationalization and matters of that sort. I do not believe that a new government is going to kill the goose that lays the eggs. I think they want, in fact, business to prosper. They're going to encourage investment. They're going to encourage foreign investment. I don't believe that they're going to embark upon a policy of nationalization which will endanger business.
According to the fact sheets, the percentage rule about who gets on the cabinet, that isn't forever, is it?
It's for the first 5 years. In other words, the newly elected parliament will act as a constituent assembly in order to draw a new constitution. And the agreement is that this should continue for 5 years, and but it also provides that it should have a new constitution within about 2 years. In other words, people got to try and agree on a new constitution within the next 2 years.
So after 5 years, we really don't know what the government's going to look like.
I think it's going to look substantially like this one, because in the interim constitution, there are principles which are laid down which have to be adhered to. Those are the basic principles for a democratic government. And there is a constitutional court which is to be constituted, which is to make sure that the new constitution complies with those 20-odd principles which are laid down in there.
Silver Spring, Maryland is next.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I wanted to express to the ambassador my gratitude to Mr. de Klerk. I think what he's done is really nothing like that has happened in history. A few years ago, just 3 or 4 years ago, nobody would have thought of South Africa coming to the position it is in now, peacefully. Everybody expected war, and I think what Mr. de Klerk has done has saved the lives of millions of people. But I'm quite concerned by the activities of the French white group, who, as you know, this morning exploded another bomb, another car bomb. But I feel that, you know, they consider themselves as perhaps constituting the interests of the white people. And I wanted the ambassador to comment on that and what his position is regarding the French groups and how the new government is going to come to terms with the problems that they pose.
Well, let me first say to you that I think we were fortunate to have President de Klerk there at that moment of time in history in order to bring about the change. And you're quite right that the negotiated change which has taken place is unique in history, and it has probably saved very many lives. Unfortunately, people have died, and one is very sad about that. They've died, in my view, unnecessary, should not have died. But if one looks at what could have happened and what has happened, I think it could have been a lot worse. And I think that's due to the leadership, not only of President de Klerk, but I think of Mr. Mandela and other political leaders who, in fact, have negotiated this situation which has come about. So I think this has been very important for South Africa. There's no question about it. As far as the fringe groups are concerned, I think the first thing to say is that they represent only a tiny, minuscule portion of the total population. They represent only a very small portion of the white population. They do not represent the white population as a whole, and to the extent that there might be other fringe groups or in the black community, they also don't represent anything of any consequence whatsoever. The difficulty is that fringe groups, individuals, can cause damage. They can put bombs, they can assassinate people, they can do evil acts. And this is what a society has to deal with. But there's no question that the overwhelming majority of all the population groups in South Africa are opposed to them, and they don't really represent anything of consequence. Now, how are they going to be dealt with? They're going to have to be dealt with very firmly. But I think that once the people realize that this change is irreversible, that this process is going to go on, it can't be stopped. We are now in a new situation. In fact, the new constitution came into existence and applies to South Africa as in from midnight last night South African time. Once they realize that, I think we're going to find a lot of that dying down, people not supporting the fringe groups at all, and we will end up being able, over a short period of time, to root them out.
Our guest is the ambassador to the United States from South Africa. Mr. Ambassador, I have a small note here I want to ask you about. Apparently the Electoral Commission ruled last month that prisoners would be allowed to vote. In this country, if you're in prison, you've lost the vote. Why is it that in this election prisoners will be able to vote?
Well, not all prisoners were allowed to vote. Certain prisoners who'd committed some offences weren't allowed to vote. But there was a demand by particularly the ANC and I think also the PAC and some other parties that they wanted prisoners to vote, that they should be able to exercise civil rights. And the argument was that there were many prisoners who were in prison who may have committed crimes but which had a political aspect to it, and therefore they should not be deprived of their right to vote. It's a matter of contention in South Africa. Not everybody agrees that this is the right thing, and I think there can be different views in relation to this.
And according to this fact sheet, they said the decision affects about 125,000 prisoners. That wouldn't be all prisoners then.
No, it's not all prisoners.
Blakesley, Pennsylvania is next. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm more or less a statement, a question, and I thank you for C-SPAN. It's terrific. I'm an avid fan. The voting in South Africa, it is ludicrous that these people could never vote the way they wish to. I mean, oh my goodness. But also, it's more or less of a statement, a question. South Africa is one of the richest nations in the world with their diamond mines and gold mines. And the people, a large majority, live in squalor. Why is this? I will hang up now and listen to your answer.
Well, let me say to you in the first place that I agree with you that the people should have had the vote. I must tell you, I've been in politics for 4 decades, and I've been advocating a franchise for everyone, so I share your view that I think it's wrong. I must tell you that if perhaps we would have done this long ago, we would have saved a lot of lives, and I must be with you. I think you're right. It's a correct approach. The right to vote is a right which each person should in fact be entitled to exercise. But every country has a history, and I think perhaps South Africa was in a time warp in relation to this, and it is unfortunate for all of us that this happened, but that's over now. The second question is a question of the wealth of South Africa. There's no doubt that South Africa has tremendous natural resources. Diamonds and gold are not everything we've got. We've got virtually every mineral that exists, with the exception of oil, and there's no doubt that those resources can be exploited for the best advantage of all our people. But you know, our gross domestic product per capita, that's per head of population, is just in excess of $2,000 a head. So even if we spread everything equally, we wouldn't all be rich. I think the problem with South Africa is not so much that the whites are so very rich, certainly not in comparison with the United States. The problem is that the black people are so very poor in those cases. So what we've got to do is we've got to now utilize our people to the best advantage. We haven't educated black people adequately. We haven't trained black people adequately. As I indicated earlier in the program, the expenditures were distorted in favor of the whites. And we're going to have to embark upon a program of reconstruction of South Africa. We're going to have to build houses. We're going to have to provide water to houses, sewerage, which is elementary in a society today. We're going to have to give proper education. Our health service has got to be revived. So there's no doubt that there's a tremendous challenge to South Africa, which will take some time to meet. The secret in it is that the economy has got to grow. The economy can grow if the correct policies are applied. And it also means two other things. It means, on the one hand, there have to be sacrifices by the white community. There's no question there have to be some sacrifices. And on the other hand, there has to be a degree of patience on the part of people that they can't get everything overnight. But you see, it's easy for me to say there should be patience. It's not so easy for a person who's deprived to be patient. And it's also easy to say people must make sacrifices. But you know, nobody really likes to make sacrifice. But that's what's going to have to happen in South Africa.
How long are the polls open each day?
They're open each day until 7 o'clock at night.
And when do they open in the morning?
7 o'clock. So we, by the way, we finished voting in America. You can no longer vote in the United States. That's over.
You voted from here?
Yes, I voted yesterday in Washington.
The interesting element of the procedure I hadn't seen before, maybe you can comment upon it. It says here that each voter will have both hands checked under ultraviolet lights. He or she will then dip the knuckles into marking fluid. The fluid is invisible but shows up under UV lights. The ink wears off in about 7 days.
Yes, if you had could check my hand now, you would in fact see the marking on my hand. You can't see it now in the ordinary light, but I had to put my hand into ink, and when you go in the poll, you put your hand into a little machine, and if you voted before, then that shows up. It'll disappear after a while.
Las Cruces, New Mexico next. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the concern I have. I have a concern about the strategic location of South Africa for the Soviet or the Russians, the communists. Have you made any provisions where, God forbid, anything should happen to Mr. Mandela, whether naturally or caused by the communists, to murder him in order to have the violence that Mr. Mandela is holding back in the country? What would happen? What would be the scenario that would occur? Can they call in, can the communists in control call in the Soviet Union? What are your provisions for this possible violence, sir? Thank you.
Well, let me tell you in the first place that we have a Communist Party in South Africa. It's the South African Communist Party, and it is in alliance with the African National Congress, and their members are on the list of the African National Congress. So as far as that's concerned, there is a degree of cooperation. The communists of today are not the communists of the past, and the former Soviet Union no longer exists. And we do not regard in Africa the Russians or any other part of the former Soviet Union as being a threat to us. So we don't regard that as being a real danger. As far as Mr. Mandela is concerned, I hope that he will take office on the 10th, if he's the leader of the majority party, as I think he will be, and I hope that nothing will happen to him. I do not believe that there's any kind of communist plot in order to eliminate Mr. Mandela. I think that if there are any risks to him, and I hope there aren't, they will be from other quarters, rather from right-wing fringe groups than from communism. Communism is not that kind of a threat in South Africa at this moment of time.
Baldwinsville, New York. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Ambassador.
Good morning.
I was wondering, is it possible for you to name any African nations that have continued to function in a civilized manner after power has been handed over to the majority?
Yes, I think I can. I'll give you an example of our neighbors. Botswana, for example, is an exemplary democracy. It works extremely well. It's a tranquil country. It has one of the greatest growth rates in Africa, and it functions extremely well. Swaziland, another one of our neighbors, also functions well. There is a view which prevails and which is being canvassed throughout that Africa can't succeed. There's no doubt that Africa is in a difficult situation. I think there are very many countries in Africa that are bleeding. But, you know, bear in mind, the former Yugoslavia is not in Africa, and that's also bleeding.
We've got on the line John Battersby from Johannesburg. He's correspondent for the Christian Science Monitor, who's been observing the elections. Mr. Battersby, thank you for being available to us this morning.
Sure, Bruce.
Tell us, how has the turnout been on this first full day of voting?
By all indications, the turnout is very good, very strong all around the country. There are long lines of voters, both in the urban and the rural voting stations. However, the lines are rather alarmingly long, and it appears that there are considerable bottlenecks and administrative hassles in the polling stations where election officers have not had time to prepare for the election, and the voting itself seems to be going very slowly. And of course, it's further complicated by the late entry of Chief Mangosuthu Buthelezzi's Inkatha Freedom Party, which has necessitated the sticking on of special IFP stickers onto the ballot paper, which also seems to be slowing things down.
The reports here this morning are that there was another big bomb, and I wonder if how that's affecting the mood as people go to the vote and whether it has any intimidating effect.
There was indeed a car bomb at the main international airport in Johannesburg this morning, which is, according to latest reports, there were 18 injuries from that. I spoke to a lot of voters this morning, and nobody cited either the bomb blast today or the bomb blasts over the last few days as a factor in whether or not they were going to vote. The enthusiasm for voting is very high, both amongst black South Africans and their white counterparts. And the bomb blasts are seen, as tragic as they are seen largely as rather futile attempts by a very small minority to disrupt the poll.
In terms of the logistical problems that you mentioned, and Harry Schwartz, the South African ambassador, also mentioned some of those, is there any possibility, based on what you've seen, that they're so significant that the election could possibly be declared as not free and not fair?
I think it's a bit early to make any judgments on that score yet. I think it rather depends as to how the electoral authorities, that's the Independent Electoral Commission, responds to two requests that it now has from political leaders. The African National Congress has called on the Commission to declare Thursday, tomorrow, a public holiday, so that those people who were unable to vote today will be free to do so tomorrow, because although tomorrow is the second voting day, it's not a public holiday like today. And then Chief Mangosuthu Buthelezzi has called on the authorities to extend the voting beyond the designated 3 days in order to allow people who have been caught up in the administrative bottlenecks to cast their votes. Now, I think the way the authorities respond to these requests will be crucial in answering the question of whether or not the poll can be declared free and fair.
Well, how likely is it, after all this planning of 3 days, that at the last minute that it would be extended to a fourth or maybe longer?
Well, it's a difficult decision because it cannot be made by the electoral authorities. It's a decision that has to be made by the politicians. And the politicians are facing the problem of a very tight schedule after the election in order to meet the deadlines for the election of the president, the election of the regional premiers, and the inauguration of the new president on May the 10th. And if they delay voting by a day, this could affect the whole timetable and cause further problems down the line. So they do face a rather difficult decision.
It's about 8:30 East Coast time here. What time is it in South Africa?
In South Africa now, it's just gone 2:30 in the afternoon.
So you've got about 5 or 4.5 more hours of balloting today, is that right?
4.5 more hours, that's right. The balloting officially closes at 7 o'clock, but it's within the discretion of the presiding officers to extend that into the night if they feel they're not going to be able to finish the voting by closing time tomorrow. And the most striking feature of today's voting is these inordinately long lines of people, some of them more than a mile long, and in some stations they've in fact had to close the lines because there's no ways that they'll be able to process all the voters by closing time tonight.
All right, thank you, John Battersby. Appreciate you being with us. He's the Christian Science Monitor reporter in Johannesburg right now. We're just about out of time. Thank you, Harry Schwartz, South African ambassador to the United States. We appreciate you being here this morning.
Pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
For further comments and questions, contact our guest at this address.
Looking at a live picture of the crowd as it gathers at Yorba Linda at the Nixon Presidential Library for the funeral services for Richard Nixon, expected to begin in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. Joining us tonight as we watch the crowd gathering, John Herbers, who wrote for the New York Times from 1963 through 1987, and the author of the 5-page retrospective on President Nixon that the New York Times ran last Sunday. Howard Phillips, who is the chairman of the Conservative Caucus, worked in the Nixon administration. These two gentlemen are at our table to look back on the life and times of Richard Nixon. We're taking your telephone calls from around the country, also looking at video, both live and of some of the early events of the day. Let's take a telephone call. Palm Springs, California.
Good afternoon. First of all, my name is Mark Smith, and I'm with the Old Guard Alumni Association, which is a veterans group that represents former members of the Army's Presidential Honor Guard, who are members of this ceremony that you're seeing today. And on behalf of the members of our organization, I would like to express our most heartfelt prayers to the Nixon daughters and to their families. And I would like to say that I personally served during President Nixon's final few months in office, and many of our other members have served with President Nixon during his tenure as vice president as well. I was really taken with the photographs taken earlier of soldiers standing guard. Many of our members had served on the Kennedy casket team and stood guard at the Rotunda in D.C. I would just like to say that it is an honor for those men as well as ourselves to have served such a president and those presidents that went before him and followed him. And to those people who felt that President Nixon was not that great of a president, they should just sit back and look and see that we still are a free country, and it is in part because Richard Nixon was president that we still have that right and that ability.
Thank you. Pat Buchanan on your screen in the center there with the purple button. Mr. Phillips, what role did Pat Buchanan have during the Nixon administration?
Well, Pat was a confidant of the president in terms of his relationship with conservatives. And Pat did have an impact on what the president did. Pat joined the Nixon team during the 60s when Nixon was mounting his comeback, which led to the 1968 nomination. Pat had been an editorial writer with the St. Louis Globe-Democrat, and he became a speechwriter, but more than a speechwriter, under President Nixon. I recall vividly one day in December of 1971 when Pat gave me a call and said, we're having a big argument over here at the White House about this Cranston-Mondale Child Development Legal Services Corporation Act. Why don't you come on over here? And we sat opposite each other at typewriters and banged out a proposed veto message. And we were very pleased that President Nixon chose to take that message and issue it. Another person who was on the screen a moment ago was Dan Lundgren, the Attorney General of California, former congressman, someone who's regarded as a possible future governor of California. And among the foreign visitors, I saw the former British Prime Minister Edwin Heath.
Take another telephone call for our two guests, Jackson, Mississippi.
Hi, I'm Brian O'Hara. I was only 9 years old when President Nixon took office, but the impact that he made on my generation, I think, was very substantial. He opened through the press, through the media, a generation that hadn't really known much about politics, hadn't known much about people in general. And I think that he has, in his tenure as president, made a very big impact on me. I felt that President Nixon was a very hard-working president.
Sir, can I interrupt you for a second? There is Spiro Agnew on screen right now, former vice president in the Nixon administration, who we were talking about earlier.
He looks pretty much the same, except he's a little grayer.
Sorry,
Looks pretty good.
Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, caller.
Oh, that's all right. I just wanted to say, like many of your guests have, or many of the people that have called, that my prayers go out to the Nixon family, and that, you know, we often hear that he affected my generation negatively, when in fact I think he opened my generation's eyes to exactly what politics involved and what they meant, what politics meant to our country.
Thank you very much. On your screen, Chuck Colson, the gentleman we were just talking about a few minutes ago. We are sitting with Howard Phillips and John Herbers, taking your calls and watching the crowds gather at the Nixon Library. About an hour and 15 minutes to go until the official start of the ceremony. The Reverend Billy Graham will be officiating this evening, and eulogies will be delivered by the President, by Senator Dole, by Henry Kissinger, and by California Governor Pete Wilson. Next telephone call is from Oklahoma City.
Yes, this is Joe Bailey from Oklahoma City. And first of all, my prayers and sympathy are with the Nixon family. But I want to voice my opinion, as many others have, of how pitiful, terrible, inappropriate the fellow was you had on last night. There was supposed to be some kind of an editor called Jewel somebody. I bet he didn't have a son over in Vietnam when Nixon ended the war. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. Our guest last night was Jules Whitcover, who has engendered a lot of debate amongst our audience since his appearance last night.
You know, there were, I'm sure all these people who are speaking up in behalf of the President Nixon are sincere, but there's much more to it than that. When I was covering the White House in the middle of all that, all I was doing was writing the news. I wasn't writing editorials or anything. I just got these great number of letters of people just coming out very strong for just leave the man alone, leave the man alone. And without people really knowing what the circumstances were at the time. I think it's not only that a lot of people appreciate Nixon for his own right, but the office. It's the office of president. We have centered so much attention on the office of president. The office of president is held in such high esteem that a lot of people just don't like for anybody to criticize who's ever in there. You get some of that now with Clinton.
I think most people, though, correctly observed that the treatment Nixon was accorded was far more vicious and unfair, in my view, than that accorded any of his predecessors or any of his successors. The charges...
That's the revisionist.
I think it's the truth. I think the charges against Mr. Nixon and the circumstances of Watergate were very insignificant compared to the issues which today surround the Clinton presidency and regarding which the press has, in my view, been very negligent in its responsibilities.
Let's go back to a telephone call. And I'm told, first of all, we have a scene with our camera of the security at tonight's event, as you can imagine, with both the president and all former living presidents there, and the many other dignitaries. Security around the library is also quite tight. That's the security process people have to go through before they are admitted to the library grounds. Let's take another telephone call. Orlando, Florida.
Hi, my name is Kathy, and I was just wondering, knowing how much the president liked baseball, especially, as part of your coverage, have you had any access to the list of who's been invited, or if there have been any floral tributes from any sports figures?
I can't answer that question for you.
Well, let me just say on the sports side, one of Nixon's best friends was the late George Allen, who back in those days was the coach of the Washington Redskins. And his son is currently the governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And in recent days, his son has commented on the very high regard in which his father held President Nixon.
Let's take a shot, if we can, outside the library. And you can see the lineup of a number of people in the media there. Again, inside the Library for the Services, it's what's called pool coverage, and that means that we are taking a feed provided by pooled resources of the television news media. But you can have a correspondent and cameras outside watching people come in, and that's what you were just seeing on screen. We can take another telephone call. Galveston, Texas.
Yes, hi.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Fine, thanks. You have a comment for us?
Yes, I do. Hold on, hold on. Let me cut my TV down. I'd like to say this so much. President Nixon, he was a darn good man to our country. And I grew up. But that's back in 1974. I was 14 years old. I was still young. And I would like to give my condolences to the Nixon family. I just want them to keep their face up. Look the other way. Don't turn. Don't look back. Just look at the good things they have done, that their father has done for them in this country. Right now, I'm shooken up. I can't hardly talk straight right now. But I'd like to say a prayer for them.
Thanks very much for your call from Galveston. John Herbers, that caller mentioned faith. In your piece that we talked about earlier, you do talk about President Nixon's Quaker faith. How much did it shape him?
His mother was particularly very strong in the Quaker, and that was his background. I frankly can't tell from later on that it shaped it a lot, except that it did.